eye is a sensor, tongue is a sensor, our ear is a sensor. So if these sensors are not there, then it is meaningless. Our body, these are the main important part. So skin is also a sensor. So I will talk all about the, beautiful sensors, I can say. Okay. So my sensor is basically on the optical sensor. These are my research area. So in my last talk also I told, and now also I'm inviting you. If anyone is interested to join and collaborate with me, they can join in this following area. These are the optical MEMS, then optical network, optical storage. All are related to optical only, and quantum dot and quantum computing. This is a new work which I started because quantum is nowadays is very important. Okay, and quantum computing in the new budget, Modi has given separate budget for the quantum QKD. QKD is the quantum key distribution. Now this is very important, where like encryption and decryption will be so solid that tampering is not at all possible. So people are going towards the quantum key distribution, which is QKD. So a lot of Indian Institute of Science people are working towards this QKD. So my effort also little I have contributed towards that quantum dot. I am working on the. I have not started working on the QKD. I am working towards the device level about the quantum dot, where we are making the ALU. We are making means any IC, any chip we can fabricate by using the design. We are working towards design using the quantum dot concept, and QCA software we are using, quantum dot cellular automata, QCA, and then biophotonics, which I will give you talk today. Okay, and in biophotonics we are using all type of sensors like Photonic Crystal based sensor and SPR based sensor, then DBR based distributed Bragg reflector based sensor. So all are the subdivision of the biophotonics. And quantum computing. In quantum computing, what we are doing, we are constructing the adder, subtractor, then MAC, accumulator, multiplier. Okay, so anyone is interested to work with me towards this, you are welcome. Okay, so some few patents I have shown, many are there I have not shown this. Some are accepted also, and these are the citation. So now for today's talk. So today's talk is all about the sensor, and this particular sensor I will talk for two different technology. So first I will talk about the photonic sensor. Because photonic is not the domain of in the curriculum, so many people do not know. So first I would like to introduce what is photonic sensor, and then case studies I will do on chemical sensor, methodology and modeling, and why it is known as lab on chip. These are the flow of my talk. So you can see the first topic only design word is there. So because of the theme, this is coming, design of photonic crystal based optical sensor for lab on chip. So this is very important to understand the meaning of lab on chip. Lab means if you are suffering from, suppose diabetic, you are diabetic patient, then where you will go? You will go to the hospital, right? After going to the hospital, then doctor will take your blood sample, and that blood sample will be sent for the lab. Okay, that is known as pathology lab. So that pathology lab itself you are bringing on a single chip. How the total lab will come into small chip? It means lab will do what work? It will take the blood sample, then they will mix with some chemical reagent, okay, and afterwards they will see whatever the process is, either color change or whatever the chemical process they will do, and they will tell, yes, you are diabetic patient or you are non-diabetic patient. Like this they are doing for urine sample, like this they are doing for other sputum and any other. Okay, so these are the this one pathology lab will do. Okay, now the thing is same sort of thing we are trying to do by sitting at our home. That is called chip. So today's talk will lead you towards the chip fabrication. Okay, so fabrication is the low end job where if your design is there, you can just give it to them in GDS2 format, and they will fabricate. But before fabrication, you have to work towards the design. So I would like to focus first what is the lab on chip. So all of you understood that what is the meaning of lab on chip. Okay. So this is the end goal. Now, design of photonic crystal based optical sensor. So what do you mean by photonic crystal? This I will clear in next slide. So total mechanism will be like this. We are using the sensing. We are working only towards this sensing, and then processing, and then display will come. Okay, one slide is there where all the trees are open. So this is the main process of any design of photonic sensor. So first I told photonic crystal based sensor. Okay, in photonics only there are subdivision. So first we have taken the technology from the photonic crystal. There are separate technology for SPR. There are separate technology for fiber Bragg grating. There are separate technology for DBR, distributed Bragg reflector. So I am today covering only on the two technology, photonic crystal based technology and SPR based technology. So in photonic crystal based technology can act as a sensor by implementing defect engineering. Okay, so what do you mean by defect engineering? I will just go through that. So photonic crystal offers small integration size and lower cost if produced in volume. So what happens if you are going for the bulk production, then cost will be reduced. So research progress has been done which will lead to development of a unique sensor. Okay, and the main focus area of our investigation is sensor design, simulation and analysis of simulation result to optimize the design. And the design can be broadly applicable to a wide range of fluids. However, our emphasis on sensor is for, like I told you, for the sugar patient, for diabetic, like this for cancer patient. Many paper I have seen, they are working towards the normal cell and the cancer cell. Like this, in my today's talk, I have taken totally on the water analysis. Water analysis means in water, if impurity is there, it can be found out very easily by taking one small drop of water and putting on a photonic crystal based sensor. Okay, so that particular terminology is for lab on chip. So this is the lab on chip based sensor technique. So you can see that first step is the modeling. Step 1, modeling. In modeling, we will use finite difference time domain. Everybody knows that finite difference time domain is a algorithm. And in which, what is going on in that algorithm? Numerical method where we will take the Maxwell equation, electromagnetic wave equation and propagation through the sensor. Okay, and we will divide that total sensor into different grid, and we will compute for the single grid, and then we will replicate it. Next is the design. In design, what we are doing? First is the modeling. Modeling, I told you are taking the algorithm, finite difference time domain. Next step will come for design. So in design, what we are doing, either you are working for photonic crystal or you are working for SPR sensor. SPR means surface plasmonic resonance sensor. What we are doing? Photonic crystal design involve PBG, photonic band gap. Okay, photonic band gap. It means what? I will tell. Okay. So photonic band gap, it is similar kind of thing like semiconductor band gap. In semiconductor, you know, conduction band, valence band, and in between forbidden energy gap is there. In the same way, in the photonic crystal also, it's not conduction and valence band. It has got it has got one band which will not, forbidden gap will be there. In forbidden gap, it will allow only one frequency to pass and it will attenuate all other frequency. So it is known as the PBG, Photonic Band Gap. So based on the band gap, okay, we are using this property only to act as a sensor, because in semiconductor technology it will not allow any frequency to pass, whereas in photonic crystal technology it will allow one frequency to pass. So this is the main thing, main character of the photonic crystal, due to which we are using it as a optical sensor. And second technology I told, I will give a talk on this also. SPR, surface plasmonic resonance. So what is this? In surface plasmonic resonance, design innovation and interferometer SOI waveguide we are using. Silicon on insulator. So in SPR technology, what we are working, when I will go to that slide, I will explain you. Third level is, third step is to do the simulation. So for simulation, you know that we have to use the various tool. So what are the tool we are using? We are using the tool of MEP and MPB. These are the tool. So MEP and MPB and MATLAB, these three tool we are using. Okay. So MEP tool we are using for finite difference time domain, and MPB tool we are using to solve the Maxwell equation, and MATLAB we are using for plotting the graph or interfacing with the device. Next is the machine learning. Yes, when we are talking about the display part, for that only this machine learning part will come. If we are only working towards the design, and we are not worry and bother for the display part, somebody else will take care, then this part will not come into picture. In machine learning also, we are using the naive-Bayes and Adabot algorithm, and we are using the MATLAB for interfacing. Just for the lab purpose, just to show how it will work in the prototype, we have used Raspberry Pi, okay, a compact small size, a single board computer for display. And for sending this design for the fabrication, one software is there which is known as AICTE software, where in backend Python will work and we will give the design, so that after giving with the AICTE software, our sensor is ready for the fabrication. So this is the whole process. Now modeling. So what we are doing in the modeling? So total work is, photonic technology is associated with signal generation, processing, transmission and detection, where the signal is carried by the photons. So you can see that light source is there, then optical waveguide is there, and then light detector is there, which I have shown you just now in the form of the display. So this is the basic equation. This is the heart of the sensor. This is very, very important actually. So you see that photonic crystal is a structure that could manipulate beam of light in the same way semiconductor control electric current. So here, if you know that Maxwell 4 equations are there. The first equation, Faraday equation, curl E is equal to minus dou B by dou H. Second is the Ampere's law, you know, curl H is equal to J plus dou D by dou T. Third is the Maxwell law, divergence D is equal to rho B. And fourth is the divergence B is equal to 0. Okay, so these are the four Maxwell equations everybody know. Now put first two equation, which is the curl equation, and solve it. Then you will land into this equation. So in this particular, I usually never talk for the this 1 second. Yeah. So I never talk for the Maxwell equation and all anywhere, but this is important because our sensor is based on this. Once dielectric constant you are varying, then W will also vary. You see that there is an inverse relation. So dielectric constant is inversely proportional to omega. Omega means 2 pi f. F is frequency. So what will happen? What we are doing, you keep changing the epsilon value. Under root epsilon is equal to n. N is the refractive index. So what we are doing actually in this, I will tell you. So it is very easy to make the sensor. You have, if you want to find out a person is having the tuberculosis, okay. So what you have to do, you have to find out the RI value of the tuberculosis refractive index. Then from where you will find out? From literature survey. You see some literature survey, okay, or for diabetic. If I like I am non diabetic, so my blood sample you take and then check it out, okay, in the refractometer. So RI value is different, and some person who is diabetic, their RI value is different. So RI value we are taking from the database. Database means from the literature survey. Okay. So epsilon value we are taking. Okay, from the database. Once this epsilon value is known to us, okay, then we will compute this through our algorithm, and omega 2 pi f will change. Second epsilon 1, epsilon 2, f1, f2, f3. So keep changing. f1, f2, f3, it means lambda 1, lambda 2, lambda 3, because c is equal to f lambda. Okay. So if frequency shift you are getting in the external output, then you will get wavelength shift also in the external output. And this is known as the Eigen Operator, and this is the Eigen value, this is the Eigen state. Okay, this is the Hermitian of the real lossless. Okay, I am not going into that physics behind this, which will explain the main concept of about this. So this is the main basic principle of the sensor, how it acts as, because mathematics will tell you the truth and nobody can deny that. By seeing this equation, you know that once you will change epsilon, W will change, omega will change. So now coming to the photonic crystal. So there are three types of photonic crystal: 1D, 2D, and 3D. So what do you mean by 1D photonic crystal? 1D photonic crystal means if the light is propagating towards one direction, it's called 1D photonic crystal. If light propagation in such a way taking place in two directions, it is known as 2D photonic crystal. And if light propagation is going in the all the three direction, possible three direction, it is called 3D photonic crystal. Okay, so these are the images. Now defect engineering. First slide only I told photonic crystal act with the help of the defect engineering. What do you mean by defect engineering? So defect engineering means you take a wafer, single wafer, and then you do the drilling. Okay, if you will do the drilling, then holes will come. So this drilling, to make you understand, I told that actually this is not drilling is not but FIB technique. So focused ion beam lithography technique. So basically there are two type of defect. One is called point defect, other is called line defect. So you can see that this yellow color, if they are removing, it is called point defect, and if red color they are removing, it is called line defect. Okay, so one row will be removed from here. So complete row, it is called line defect. Okay, and only one yellow rod you are removing, it is called point defect. So based on the application, we will remove this. This removal of one line or removal of this one rod, we are doing the coding for that by using the Ubuntu as a OS operating system, Ubuntu, and then we will write the program in the MEEP tool, which is the open source MEEP, Maxwell Electromagnetic Equation and Propagation. It is the free software which is available in the Google. So you can see that these are the defect engineering. We can use point defect in photonic crystal to trap the light. You see light is passing through this. If you are removing one line, this is called line defect. Okay, so depend on what application you are interested. If you are interested, suppose to find out the E. coli present in the water, then dimension of E. coli will be how much nanometer or micrometer, that much size particularly you have to create the hole here. Hole means you are removing. Okay, then what will happen? It will struck here. Okay, and then light will allow to pass. So this light will interact with the E. coli bacteria, and in external output you will get a output. And similarly, if we want for the diabetic or any other cancer, so we will do for line defect where our sample will be in the liquid form. Liquid form is urine sample or for the blood sample. So you can put it here. You can put it here in the line defect. Okay, and then light will allow to pass. So there will be interaction. Okay, photon interaction will be there. Okay, photon, and then output you will get the signature of that particular. Okay, so you see now this is the photonic crystal. When we are not doing the defect engineering, when we are not doing the defect engineering, see the stop band from here to here stop band. Everybody knows stop band and pass band. Okay, electronics people. Now when we are doing the defect engineering, then pass band will come. It means that it has been observed that when we are not doing any defect engineering, then what will happen? Then stop band is bigger, and when we are doing defect engineering means just now I have shown you removal of the rod. It's called defect creation. Okay, either in the form of line defect or in the form of circular ring or in some different structures are there, but you have to go for the defect engineering, then only some pass band will come. Yes, this slide I was talking about the modeling of the photonic crystal. So you can see that what actually they are doing in finite difference time domain. Okay, what they are doing, they have TM and TE mode, transverse magnetic mode and transverse electric mode. So in transverse magnetic and transverse electric mode, they are dividing the total size, and this is known as the 1-1 grid. In that, there is a flow of the electromagnetic wave, and in such a way that always the E vector and H vector are perpendicular to each other. Okay, but this is the basic concept of the finite difference time domain. And then we have first order finite difference equation is given. Okay, so this in detail equation and all not required, but I am just showing that how actually it will run, which we are also not doing nowadays. Before, during my PhD time, we were solving this equation. We were solving this equation and we were writing the code for 23 cross 23. That time Fortran was there. Now nobody knows also Fortran. Okay, when I did PhD, that time Fortran was there, COBOL and Fortran. So we were writing and dot matrix printer was there. We were taking the printout. Then error printout was only the 3000 line was error printout. Okay, so like this Jamana was there. Now what happened? Now it is very easy. And when we have to solve the equation and all second order differential equation, if it is in the Bessel equation, okay, Hermite equation, what we have to do? We have to take the table Bessel equation value table was there for argument for this much Bessel function. What is the answer? Then substitute the value, then solve yourself. Ourselves we were solving. Now everything, all the backend things are done by the software. There's totally this equation, no need to worry because it is inbuilt and somebody has already solved. Okay, from Massachusetts University, MIT, and they have given comfortably and happily in the Google. So just you have to define it and run button inside they will do. Before run button, before in my Jamana, when I finished my PhD, run button was not so easy. We have to simplify the total equation, we have to solve it. Only last line we have to compute. Now from the beginning only algorithm itself is possible to do. Okay. Okay. So now you understood that what is the algorithm, finite difference time domain and modeling. In this also equations are there, okay, which is of not much required until and unless you are interested to do the PhD on this topic. Just I am showing that this is also one of the research area. Anybody can take this, okay, for the PhD because very lot of people are not in this field. So paper acceptance in a good journal is very easy actually. Okay. Now, second technology is the modeling of SPR, which is nothing but surface plasmonic resonance. So, in this surface plasmonic resonance, you can see that. What do you mean by surface plasmonic resonance? You can see that there are two layers. Okay, lower layer is known as the metal, and upper layer is known as dielectric. So there is always a uh, uh, combination of metal dielectric. So this combination is must, must for surface plasmonic resonance. What is surface plasmonic? Surface means this is the top surface. Plasmons. What are plasmons? What happens when light will allow to fall on this interface? Then it will oscillate the free electrons. You see that there are free electrons. In metal, metal is popular. Why? Because of free electron. Because of that only good conductivity. Everybody know. So these free electrons will oscillate and they will make oscillation, and these oscillations like this, you see that these oscillations of the electrons are known as plasmons. Okay, and sometimes it is also known as polarity tones. Right? So these are the polarity tones or the plasmons. So how you got these plasmons? Light is strike on the interface and then it excited the free electrons, and these free electrons will vibrate and it will oscillate on the surface. So single metal dielectric interface and field profile of SPP, surface plasmon polarity tone mode, SPP mode. Okay, and schematic illustration of electric field decay in both dielectric and metal layer. Now see afterwards what happened. Where exactly light is allowed to fall, here exactly this place, you will get high peak. And slowly as you are away from the point of strike, there is a electric field is decaying. You see that. So this is the electric field which is decaying. So it will last for very small time period. So what happened? People are working for this. I'm little going in the depth of the technology. Usually I never used to go that because audience will not find interest in that. They want output only to see. Just I am telling what is going on. So total surface when I will call from one end to other end is called surface. But when I am talking about technology of SPR, people will only focus on from this area where electric field is decaying. Okay, so this part is known as adsorption. A after a D, not B. Absorption means A, B. I am talking about adsorption. Adsorption means in local field, the electric field will be there. Very small area where more strong electric field you can feel actually. So here only we will put our sensor. Our whole study is for this part only. And then what is the basic principle? Because we need compulsorily metal and dielectric. Otherwise, this polarity tones you will not able to get, and you will not observe any polarity tones. Okay, these are the polarity tones. So propagation constant at beta dielectric interface, beta is equal to K epsilon M epsilon D by epsilon ohm plus epsilon D. Epsilon M means M for metal, epsilon means dielectric. So metal dielectric constant for metal, dielectric constant for insulator or dielectric. Okay, so this is dielectric. This is the formula. And for metal, epsilon M is equal to epsilon M dash plus epsilon M double dash. When we are talking about dash, it means that we are talking about complex number. Okay, means alpha plus j beta. So we are talking about j beta. So j beta is nothing but it is a complex quantity. So what happened? The permittivity of the metal is a complex quantity. Okay. So what happened when we will do the coding for that? We are ignoring this complex quantity. Right? Only we will take the real part. real part is with the dielectric. And here K is equal to omega by C. So wavelength, wave number, K is the wave number and lambda is the wavelength. So we are taking the different set of the metal and dielectric. So what are the set we should take? I will show you. So you can see that light incident travel with a wave vector k is equal to omega by c. So k is equal to omega by c, and this is the line. Okay, so it should not go beyond this line. So this is called dispersion curve. Dispersion curve does not intersect the dispersion of the surface plasmon. This is the one thing. Dispersion curve does not intersect the dispersion of the surface plasmon. This is the dispersion curve. This is the, again, these all are mathematics, so I will not go in detail of that. These are the equation of the, so not required. So what happened basically, I will show you. This is actually what happened. It will go incident and it will reflect back. So Ki is equal to Kp. If it is equal, then only you will get the resonance. Or these equations are there, all modeling and all. So what are the advantage of SPR technology, surface plasmonic resonance? First advantage is in same VLSI foundry you can use this. Same foundry, no need of separate foundry for the fabrication. Which foundry we are using for SOI, for the VLSI chip, same you can go, because here also layer by layer deposition is there. Okay, and total size is very less. So what happened? Low power consumption is there, and it will also allow engineering or propagation of light. Nanoscale devices easy to fabricate. And this is a label-free detection method. Label-free detection method means at least actually no need of adding any chemical reagent. Direct, if you want for the diabetic patient, direct urine sample you can put, or direct blood sample you can put. So this is the lab on chip design. Okay. So this already I informed you how it looks like chip when we will after IPCIS software. After using the IPCIS software, it will look like this. So you can see that our device, total device will look like this. This will be the port, input port for interfacing. This will be the output port. Okay, and here is you have to put the sample or analyte. You can put it here. Okay, and down is the silicon slab, which will act as a substrate. So what actually we have done, SPR we are showing you. This I have used this software RSoft. I have purchased from my funding in 15 lakh. This software is RSoft. Where you can see that metal and dielectric. So metal is yellow color, gold we have taken. So what we did, we have taken different combination, gold and with the insulator, silica. Okay, here silver with silica. Like this different we have taken. And what we have found out, okay, to find out sensitivity, which metal dielectric combination you will take, so that because aluminum you can take gold, you can take silver, you can take any other metal, and with the dielectric, and which dielectric and metal combination will give you very good sensitivity, that we will select for our purpose. Because here also see, metal dielectric is must actually for making any sensor. This is a sensor. This is a sensor actually, where we have two compartments, A and B. Okay, and here, so we found that when we are taking gold and silica, then it is very good. Means plasmons creation are very good. Okay, so we have taken this particular thing, and this paper was very well appreciated actually in US. We have done for HIV positive and HIV negative. So two compartments are there. One is for positive, one is for the HIV negative. So cross sensitivity we can find out. If it is going in B compartment, then we will say. Like this we can do for diabetic and non-diabetic, because unknown patient is coming. So you can see that where it will fall, where it will go, which category, A or B. So we can decide. So this sensor we have designed. Okay. This is called uh, dual channel. Okay, or if it is, this is called single channel sensor. And this is called dual channel SPR sensor. And at the end, you see that display part. So for display part, what we have done, we are using Raspberry Pi in our lab just to show. But in actual practice, total sensor is very small, so this much display is not required. Okay, display somebody else will talk. And now for lab and characterization purpose in IISc, they are using the OSA, Optical Spectrum Analyzer. So here in the lab prototype, what we have done, we have taken the processor which is used to run MATLAB routine or machine algorithm, and LCD display is there. Okay, so you can see that. We have done for water analysis for that, how much is the ppm. Okay, now application part. So till now I was talking the heart of the sensor. Now this paper we presented actually, I went to Japan and Tohoku University, where we this work was very important. And what we have done, mapping of aqua constituent photonic crystal sensor. So we have taken the water sample, and what happened actually, what is going on now. Literature survey is very important, that before telling that why you want to use the optical sensor, what now people are doing. So now people, what they are doing, they will technique, they are using the seawater potentiometry, amperometry and voltammetry. These are the devices they are using nowadays, and they will take the sample in the laboratory, and 3-4 days it will take time. Okay, and technique used for analysis of drinking water are heterotropic plate count HPC or most probable number MNP, and time for analysis is 48 to 72 hours. Okay, so this is what right now it is going on in. So you can see that 48 to 72 hours it will take time for testing the water is impure or pure water. This is right now going on. Whereas if we will use this photonic crystal sensor, where the size is, you see that we have used 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cross 5 matrix, and total size is micrometer, total size, because you see here lattice constant A. Lattice constant means distance between the two rod is A, is 1 micrometer. Okay, and this radius of the rod is 0.19 micrometer. Imagine the size, such a size, small size, and we have created the line defect. So we have created the line defect. So here we will allow 1 drop of water which is impure. Okay, and then light will allow to pass, and we'll get the signature. This is the concept. Now I will show you. These are the component which we have find out. See, so many 19 components which are possible, where possibilities are there to mix with the water, and which is very, very dangerous for the health, is injurious to health. As per the WHO, it's not at all allowed. So how we got this value? This value we got from the net. For each dielectric constant, we have got the different frequency shift. You can see this is our output. This you are getting from the equation, master wave equation, which I have shown you. So you can see that so many graphs are there. So each element having different color. So you can see that so what we will do after this color, we will use the sensor. We will use the machine learning. Okay, and in display it will come. In display it will come in writing. Raspberry Pi also we can use it. So it will come in the, all the different color will come in the display. So this will be the display part. You can see detection of hazardous element. So this is a transmission spectrum for lead, and this is for the arsenic compound. In arsenic compound, I am telling, in arsenic also so many are there. You see, arsenic chloride. gallium arsenide, then indium arsenide, then potassium arsenide. These are very injurious, and you can see that each peak you are getting so visible, okay, which is very easily you are able to detect it. In the same way, lead compound. Lead compound means they told that lead chloride, lead fluoride, and lead oxide. So all you are able to find out. Then mercury. If mercury compound is there, so you can see the three peak of the mercury. In the same way, TDS you can find out. Okay, chalcocite or sand or clay if it is mixed with the water. So you can get a different peak. So different peak are there. It means different shift in the wavelength is there or frequency, anything. And as I told that dielectric constant and frequency is inversely proportional. This is the graph which shows that it is inversely proportional. So sensor is highly sensitive. Change of 0.01 in dielectric constant shifted the frequency by 0.0001. You can see that this much small shift also can be observed by the optical sensor. Otherwise, which sensor will be able to read this small reading? After decimal, fourth place changes. This is the fourth place. Okay. So after decimal, fourth place change also can be detected by the photonic crystal based sensor, which is known as the optical sensor. So we have detected 19 elements. That was the case study 1. In case study 2, you see detection of brightness of water. I told today my talk is focused only on the water. So in this work we have presented in the GSTC. It was in Kerala, Global Humanitarian Technology Conference. So here actually you can see that this is the layer by layer structure. Okay. Now this is sandwich between these two layers. Okay. And how it will look like, you see that next. So this is called 4-layer structure, and we have used here holes in slab configuration. In holes in slab configuration, what we have done, we have taken a wafer, and in that wafer we have created the holes. You see that these holes, how you have created? You have created in an Institute of Science. They are doing by FIB technique, focused ion beam lithography technique. With that, they will put the laser beam, and with that laser beam, they will create the hole. And for that, all the size are given. These are the design parameters. Okay. After that, we have taken from the net data, we have taken the percentage salinity of the water, because in this particular work, we were interested to check the percentage salinity of the water. So salinity, another name is brightness. Either you say salinity of the water or you say brightness of the water. So it is also very important, very important, that what is this percentage salinity of water. Salinity is not only caused by the NaCl. There are a lot of, I have done total research on this. Total one of my PhD student work was only on the water. So they have find out that magnesium compound is there, okay, Mn is there. So many compounds of the chemical compounds are there, salt is there, which are responsible for the percentage of the salinity. Percentage of the salinity, when we are talking, it means 0.01%, 0.05%, 0.1%. So this also we have seen in the literature survey, up to 0.1% salinity is usable for the drinking water. So these are the refractive index which we got it. Okay. After getting this refractive index, see after decimal how many places are there. You see that. You see. After decimal, I think 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth place. Fifth place changes are there. Salinity is 0.01 to 0.05, and RA value changes in fifth place. You see that. So these values we got from after searching the net. And then effective index also we have find out. This is our simulation result. This is our contribution This is from the simulation. So we have find out with the simulation result. Now we have plotted the graph. You can see that. So K point versus the frequency graph, we have got it. This is also for 4-layer structure. These are the validation of the effective index with salinity. Okay. So you can see that as percentage salinity increases, 5%, 10%, 15%, their effective refractive index also increases. This result we got by using the simulation tool, MEP tool and MPB tool. By that you have got this result. So you can see that. For 10%, what is the salinity? For 15%. So this, if this graph is there, then easily you can find out. You may ask, why we need to find out? Where is the application? I will show you in the next slide. What it has been observed that if salinity is between this person to this person, particular value of saline water can be utilized for more tomato yield. Tomato yield will be more if the salinity of the water is this particular range. Then also it has been found out for the cow or for buffalo, whatever in animal husbandry, for their good health and for the milk production and for the other things, for animal husbandry I am telling, if compared to the normal water, they are using the saline water, then it is very important. So how to find out how much is the percentage salinity? So if we will give the sensor, you just put in the water and just see that what is the sensor, and then you give for the crop. If for the particular crop, if this percentage of saline water is mixed, very good yield will be there. Is good quality of production of the crop, and for the animals it will be good if we are giving for drinking. Okay, so these are the important features for the, and everybody know in the pharmaceutical industry salinity matters a lot actually, and they are using saline water in pharmaceutical industry. So it is very important to make such kind of sensor which will be low cost and which will be very trendy and very handling capacity is very easy, because total size is only micrometer. It will be very small, like a small stick. Just you put that, if color changes or anything, you can say that this is the percentage salinity of your water. Here you see, we have plotted the graph. So 0.01% saline water, it means it is a blue color. And then next is the 0.05%. Then this color is 1%, and like this so on. This is 0.2%, and this sky blue is for 0.5%. So you can see all possible. So what again, first thing we have find out with the graph where they are telling that each color is telling what is the percentage salinity of the water, one thing. Second thing is, this is also from the graph you can interpret that for the same thickness of the water or a micrometer, for the small thickness of the water, okay, you can see that there is a shift in the wavelength. Okay, so as water thickness is increasing, here water thickness is 30, 40, 50, here it is more. 60 to 70, you are getting the distinct shift. Distinct shift means it is very good. So by seeing this graph, it is advisable to use the thickness of the water on the sensor little bit more, not thin, not means just put one drop of water. Little more water you give, more thickness of the water sample, so that you are getting the very good result. See here it is not so good. If 30 micrometer water thickness, not so much distinct, whereas in this part it is very distinct, or 50 to 60 you can take. So this is the interpretation for this graph. And same thing as I told you, this is the detect brightness of water. Okay, use in this line defector. this is the GDS2 layout. As I told you, GDS2 layout is very important. So next paper we have published in a very good discovery journal, all our Scopus journal. So in this work, what actually we have done, you can see that I told you that saline water is only not NaCl. Okay, here magnesium compound is there. So magnesium is also very important in seawater. Okay, so what we have done, we have taken the presence of magnesium in terms of ppm, part per million. So 800 part per million. Then what is the array value? This we have searched from the net. Okay, this value we have taken. After this, what we have done, we have gone for the three different structure for the same presence of magnesium in seawater detection. So you can see that there is a line defect, there is a circle. This is known as the bus waveguide. This is known as the bend waveguide. Okay, and there here in this structure there are two ring. Okay, there are two ring and one line. So these are the one ring structure, these are a double ring structure, and these are the line defect. You see, so neatly light is confined. This particular output has been shown in order to show you there are a lot of iteration has been done. Okay, where this light will spread here and there. That is not good idea. It should confine within the line defect. Okay, here also it should confine. So you see that so accurate it is, and it is fully confined. You see that it is fully confined. Okay, so I have taken the three result to show you. Like this, some other people will do some other structure. So based on the structure, you can do the analysis, and after doing the analysis at final stage only, you give it to fabricator. That which structure you want to fabricate it. Okay. So here you see, it is a square lattice. You see how it is known as square lattice? Because the way this rod are arranged. You see, rod are arranged in square way. Sometimes this rod are arranged in hexagonal way. Okay, then it is called hexagonal lattice. So we are using square lattice. Lattice constant, as usual I told, lattice constant is nothing but distance between the two rod, which is A is equal to 1, radius of the rod. Each rod you are seeing, so radius of the rod R is equal to 0.190 micrometer. So very, very small, less. And dielectric constant of the rod. Actually it is 12, so 11.56. That is known fact, everybody know, for the glass. And because these are made up of the glass rod. And light source, we are using the Gaussian pulse with the center frequency 0.295 and pulse width 0.1. So these are the you see R-soft simulation result where light is passing. Yeah, this one you see after passing the light. So after passing the light, still photograph I can show you. But once we are using this light is passing, light is propagating. Video will be there. Like it looks like animated video. So here light is passing and with the water. So here it is water actually. Magnesium mixed water. This is a sea water. Yes. So this is the output of the simulation of the photonic crystal sensor. Okay. So distinct peak shows magnesium in water can be detected, and detection in the range of 800 to 1300 ppm. Okay. So it has been found that this particular peak is telling you presence of magnesium can be detected, and in which range 800 to 1300 ppm. Okay, this is the result. Next, I told you why we are doing for the salinity. Why we are interested to talk about presence of magnesium, presence of NaCl. Previous work I have shown you. It was presence of NaCl. Second work I show you presence of magnesium. Why? For that, this is the answer. For getting the tomato yield. Okay? Fine. So in tomato, digital salinimeter is there in the market. You can see that. Okay. And this next one is combined benchtop PS salinimeter. These are the salinimeter which is already existing in the market. So how my design sensor is different from this? Okay. For that, these are the design parameter which is shown here. Same. Okay. Lattice constant, rod in air, all the size and height of the rod, everything is given. You can see this. You can just see. See this? How light is propagating? And you see this structure. This structure is having 3 rings, but this ring is hexagonal ring. You see how many rings are there? There are 3 rings, but one ring is embedded between these 2 rings, and it is a hexagonal structure. One hexagonal. Okay, and see how light is passing. This is a very nice result. Light is not at all propagating through the any other points. It is only on the required direction. Okay, so like this, and where it will be? It will be here, sandwich between the bio layer. Top is the bio layer, which you want to put it here, bio layer, and this is the silicon waveguide. So this is the silicon waveguide layer. Okay, where it is sandwiched between the substrate layer and the bio layer. So anyone is interested, they can join with us for this type of work. It's very good. This is called double hexagonal structure. And you can see at 22 degrees Celsius, 26 degrees Celsius and 30 degrees Celsius. What should be the saline water? Okay, that we got it from RE, and we have got a transmission spectrum. So if temperature will change, if their temperature is changing, then for fresh water and for saline water, RI value is also changing. For that, for 3 temperature we have taken. So which temperature we are working? Okay, based on that, we can use the sensor. It is, I am going into depth of that sensor design with respect to all possibility of the, either with respect to the temperature or with respect to the dielectric constant or with respect to the application in the tomato yield. This is for tomato yield application. Only for defending about the why we are interested to do the saline water analysis. So if you are taking any work you are doing, you do it up to the deep analysis of that, so that nobody can question you. This is what I used to do usually. So this is the saline water in tomato yield. You can see temperature 22, 26 and 30. The RA value of the sea water, we got it. These 2 value we got it from the net. Our effort, and for the fresh water also we got it. And for sea water also we got it at this temperature. Okay. Then peak frequency we got through the simulation. Okay. This is the RI of the sea water versus fresh water and the peak. And the most important result is here quality factor is very high. You can see that 25,000, 23. So if high quality factor is there, it means the product now this is ready for the fabrication. Okay, and you see that for the saline water in tomato yield, this is the GDS2 file, and this is the layout design using the K layout. This is the software, AICTE software. Okay, fine. So I have now some 15 minutes time. So I will show this, and this is basically for the design and analysis of photonic crystal based fluidic chemical sensor. So in fluidic chemical sensor, what we have done, this basic and all the structure you see. In this fluidic chemical sensor, we have taken the hexagonal structure. Okay, so this is called, this we have done by using the R-Soft. Okay. So the complete structure of PCF photonic crystal fiber with monitor seen in the R-Soft CAD tool. Here is the monitor which is shown in the R-Soft CAD tool. So this structure you see, and here we have removed this rod, okay, for the point defect. I told you it depends on the application. This is the point defect. So in this, we are using this the design parameter. Free space wavelength we have taken 1.55 micrometer, then period 1 micrometer, and radius of the holes. All those things we have taken. Okay. And what result we got? Photonic crystal based fluidic sensor. Name we have given fluidic sensor is defined by considering the two-dimensional structure. The rod in fluidic configuration. The rod in fluidic configuration is varying the refractive index of the slab. As I told you that if any light will allow to pass and water sample is there, then totally it will change the RI value of the slab with different fluidic sample, and the design sensor is used to sense the different types of fluidic based on their density value. Different fluidic with different density is easily related with the change in the wavelength, which you can see here. You see. So we have taken, because this is for the chemical sensor. It means we are interested to find out in water if these chemicals are present or not. So what are the chemicals we are interested to look for? Kerosene oil, kerosene is there or not? Heptane is there or not? Cottonseed oil is in terms of fluidic. Heptane is a gas actually, but we want in terms of fluidic, gas fluidic. And methanol, cresol and acetic acid. All this RA value we got, and all this density also we got. Okay, so fluids with the refractive index and density we got it from the literature survey. And what we have done by using this R-Shock tool, we have find out the frequency shift and the wavelength shift. We have find out. You can see that these are the frequency shift and these are the wavelength shift. Okay, for different fluidic. And then we have taken this into the MATLAB, and you can see that if the kerosene is there, then at 0.165 or something, here we are getting the pulse. Okay, these two pulses are coming. If it is heptane, exactly on 1, and if it is kerosene, before 1 peak is there. So you can say that shift in the peak is very clear. For cottonseed oil and for the methanol, again you can see. Okay, it is too much shifted this side. So exact how much value I have tabulated, I will show you. For cresol, you see large number of peaks are there, more peaks are there, and for acetic acid there are 2 peaks. So these are the things which we got it. We have imported the XLS value into the MATLAB, and then we have plotted the graph. So this is for the frequency shift and this is for the wavelength shift. So what we have to do? Just we have to do the inverse. So it will give you the wavelength shift. So these are the wavelength shift. We got it for the different chemicals. And then plot of refractive index versus frequency, and plot of effective index versus wavelength shift we got. And this we got density versus frequency shift and density versus wavelength shift. So what we have concluded here case study for different fluids is done. Fluids means we have taken different chemicals. Since the different fluid has different density and there will be variation in the dielectric constant, which result in the shift in the frequency from the standard value. So just now I was telling you that if RI value is changing, in output there will be the either shift in the frequency or shift in the wavelength. As seen from the previous graph, there is a shift in a frequency for all the fluids. I was showing you 2 peaks were there, 3 peaks were there, and little shift will be there. That also can be noticed. Even with a minute variation, that only little, I was telling you, minute variation in the dielectric constant of the liquid, we got a precise shift in the waveguide mode, thus acting as a fluid sensor. So what is the conclusion? It is reported that the simulation study indicates proposed structure in is appreciably sensitive to the refractive index of the chemical liquid. So we can able to find out in water or in chemical solutions presence of cresol, presence of acetic acid, presence of methanol, we can able to find out with the help of the peak. So there only our machine learning will come, classifier will come. So that we can give the very clear cut picture for that. And the obtained frequency shift and the wavelength shift indicate that the design model act as a chemical fluid sensor. Thus the sensor is able to detect the chemical fluid sensor. So this sensor will be named as the chemical sensor. Previous sensor it will be known as the water sensor. Other sensor will be known as the salinity sensor. Okay. So on the last 10 minutes, I will just move the slide. This is basically for the ultra sensitive optical sensor for methane gas detection. So this is what we have done for methane gas in the coal mines. It is very important, you know, and the quality factor is very high. It is 1,34,000, and sensitivity is also very, very high. Okay, methodology, everybody know that. So same MEP and MPB we have used, and motivation and industry state of art, you know, that methane gas is frequently, used in the under mining. They will do the mining and they will take the coal, and when they are digging the mining and taking the coal, that time methane gas will start. So when we will fix the sensor, then what will happen? It will buzzer will be there and it will immediately tell. Even little minute release of the methane gas will make the shift in the wavelength, and with that if we will attach with the interfacing we will do with any buzzer or alarm, then people will can be saved actually. Okay, it's because in the starting level only when methane gas started leaking, that time only in the it can be controlled. Okay, so only it is written that if the methane gas from the coal layer is amassed in supervised placed, then there has a high threat of outburst. In order to avoid such mishap, airflow is always controlled, and methane gas is duly checked with the help of the sensor, namely stationary and handy methane gas sensor. These sensors are not very sensitive and cannot be used as a complete foolproof. Now which people are using for that. So we are this is the problem. So we detecting methane gas in coal mines so as to avoid mishap and to keep the air level checked. So need of small, low cost, low energy, robust gas sensor is required, and this is the objective. Okay, so we have to develop lab on chip based methane gas sensor. These are the values, and this is the structure. Okay, so you can see that this is also we have done in RSoft, and this is the light passes, and we got the peak. So this is the final peak is there, which is the shift in the wavelength, and we have plotted the values. These are the parameter air without methane and air with methane. So there is a shift in the wavelength. In nanometer you can see that, and also there is a shift in the frequency, and quality factor is very high and sensitivity is also very, very high. So this is the design of GDS2 file. Okay, this we have done by using the AICTE software. Now just I will, time is not enough, so I will end. Just I will show you, this is one structure. Here we have found out the TDS in the water. You see here also light is passing. Okay, in the same way we have found out salinity and TDS. Here only thing is that I will show you how much ppm water is present. We were interested to inform you, and this part we have done for the machine learning part. And here you can see, enter the training data in USB and see that we have entered the data 2000 ppm. Okay. So we can able to find out the salinity. Then 1000 ppm came. Okay. So we have done the interfacing. Thank you. Exact time I finished my talk. So thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable information. The session was really wonderful. Participants, if you have any question, kindly put up your question in the chat box.
Because such a elaborative way I have given total from Photonic Crystal, full total water analysis. Anyone is interested, they can write mail to me, and I will welcome if anyone is interested, okay, if they want to work on this. Someone is asking my mail ID. I think.
Yes, ma'am, we will share, ma'am.
Chat.
Ma'am, there is one question from participant side. Is it needed a researcher should learn all tools?
Only one tool actually, it is very important, MAPE tool, that's all, one tool, which is open source, so no need of purchase. I was having fun, so I purchased RShop, it is the alternate, but MAPE tool is very easy actually, and Google tutorial is also there. Or time to time, our people will do the hands-on workshop, which will be online. So I will share the link and you can join that. And structures are there, many structures you can take. You type in the Google, Photonic Crystal images, just you type, so many structures will come. So you can able to do. And any sensor you can make. That's why title was Beautiful World of Sensor. So I talk about the different salinity sensor, water sensor, and you can make the cancer detection sensor, you can make for the diabetic sensor. Only you have to find out the refractive index, which is easily available in the net. So you can work towards this. And the most good thing is, here is easy to publish good quality paper. It's very easy compared to other domain, VLSI domain or network domain. So this is the good area of research, and this is the latest area. I can say latest current this one. Somebody has written how to make a paper for Scopus. Any guidelines? Okay. Yeah, you can make a paper. You take I have done in double ring. You can take a triple ring. Okay. And in Google you type Preeta Saran, just PREETA, Preeta Saran. Everything is there. There, so many papers are there. My paper already published for double ring. You can do for triple ring and compare your result, and you can make a Scopus paper easily. Because you can show the quality factor high, only two parameter you work, sensitivity and quality factor. Same work you do. Okay, with your optimization technique, you can improve the quality factor. Then it is one Scopus paper. You can improve the sensitivity. Then it is paper. Very easy. So how you can do? How I have taken how much is the rod size? I have given in my design. So all my paper is available in the net. Already I told you. Google Scholar. Only Preeta Sharan you have to type. So you will get all the papers, and you see how much I have taken the lattice constant value, how much I have taken the rod size, thickness. You change it, and you can do it. Okay. Okay, so any more questions?
Ma'am, I guess there are no more questions. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable information.
Thank you.
Dear participants, the next session will start at 11:30. Link will be shared shortly. Thank you all. ಸರ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಸರ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂತೆ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾ ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳೋದು ಬೇಡ ಎಲ್ಲಾದ್ರೂ ಇನ್ಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ನನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ Very good morning, sir. Sandeep, sir. Sir, can we wait for 5 more minutes? Participants are joining, sir. Sir, you have muted. We are not able to hear you, sir.
Now it is okay? Sound is okay?
Yes, sir. It's clear, sir.
Okay.
Sir, can we wait for 5 more minutes?
Yes, yes. Is my screen is visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತಂದ್ರು. ನಾನು ರಜೆ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಮೇಡಮ್, ಇವ್ರು ಕೊಡಿ ಅಂತಂದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಸ್ನೇಹ ಕೊಡಿ ಹುಡುಗರಿಗೆ ಅಂತೆ. ಅದು ವೈರ್ಡ್ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಕೇಳಿದ್ವಿ. ವೈರ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲ, ವೈರ್ಲೆಸ್ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರನೇ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
Yes, sir. Shall we start, sir?
Okay. Thank you, Shan.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Very good
Can you
morning.
start?
Hi, Soundarya BC, PG Scholar. Would like to welcome you all for the second session of the 6th day. Now it's a time to introduce our today's resource person, Dr. Sandeep Kumar Roy. Dr. Sandeep Kumar Roy is the Executive Vice President, Hydium Technologies, Dubai, United Arab Emirates. Dr. Roy has 20 plus years of worldwide products and technology solution delivery experience, including 15 plus years of broad-based management in product and application systems design and development. He has received his technical education from IIT Delhi and management skills from IIM Kolkata. He started his career with Defense Electronics Application Laboratory Project. During his early career, he was in the USA and delivered software system for USA city country governments, IBM, State Farm, ANPAC, Pizza Hut. Most of his leadership roles involved playing a pivotal role in shaping an organization's long term vision, motivating and energizing people to realize the vision. By effectively utilizing technology and resources in alignment with corporate goals, he has consistently improved operational excellence with entrepreneurial zeal. And outreach aspects of his current work with publications in reputed journals focuses on using sensing technologies, AI, data science, and big data analytics to solve real-world problems faced by individuals and governmental agencies. Most of the research done is related to machine learning, bioinformatics, IoT, mobile sensors for smart health, smart crime control, and smart city initiatives of prestigious governmental agencies across the world. He has presented research work and attended many prestigious conferences worldwide. He has received several awards in the USA for demonstrating leadership. As an innovative researcher, he has also received awards from IEEE, ESRI, Geospatial Word and Map Word for innovative design, best paper, and geospatial excellence. Welcome, Yusuf. Sir, you have muted, sir. We are not able to hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for giving such a wonderful introduction. And I'm happy to be part of today's session.
Yeah.
And today's session is basically, I will discuss more on blockchain in supply chain, how we can use it, and in details in the cyber security side, how we can use blockchain, what is the concept of blockchain, and some of the implemented case studies. So, in a nutshell, it will be introduction of blockchain, application areas, case studies, and integration in the national level services. So, in Indian context, what are the services which will be integrated in blockchain? That I will discuss. This is in line with the last talk where we discussed about Industry 4 and supply chain. So if you remember, just to recap, in my last talk, I talked about extensively about this Industry 4, which is basically currently going in a big way in implementation across different domains, across different industries. To recap, there are 5 pillars which are basically driving this overall Industry 4-based supply chain. Number 1 is augmented reality, then artificial intelligence, then autonomous car, autonomous vehicles, then Internet of Things, and blockchain. In my last presentation, I talked about extensively on AI, IoT driven the supply chain. Today, my focus is on blockchain based use in supply chain. Just to recap a little bit about supply chain, those who probably have not attended my last session, just to give them an idea. A supply chain is basically, let's say you are going for Amazon to book a product in Amazon. The moment you put into the cart and paid for it, the supply chain initiates that process of delivering the product to you. So this whole process is nothing but part of a smart supply chain. So it's basically, there are many aspects of a supply chain which are there, like selecting a supplier, managing the supplier, manufacturer, store distributor, and customer. So in case of commercial retails, these aspects are already part of the delivery. So basically, if you see, when you select a product in the Amazon, somebody is supplying to Amazon that product. So in the warehouse, somebody will provide that. So managing those suppliers, selecting the supplier is part of the overall supply chain. Then definitely the manufacturing part of it, the product who has manufactured of it, then store distribution. Like if you are in, let's say Mysore, and you are clicking, and the product need to be delivered to you, so there will be nearby some warehouse of Amazon or the distributor which will be triggered to provide you the product so that it can deliver to you. In case if it is not available in that store or in that warehouse, then they have to search for nearby warehouse, maybe in Hyderabad, maybe in Bangalore, maybe in Chennai, and then accordingly the planning is done. So this is the part of overall, simplistically to say, how supply chain works. So what is blockchain is going to do in it? So before we go into that detail, let's deep down what is a blockchain. As the name suggests, certain degree of blocks are connected through a chain. It's simple logically if I tell this is what is a blockchain is. But in a technical side of, you can say this is something which is a database. In typical database, what we do, if we can do a entry, you have the opportunity to update, modify, delete. But in case of blockchain, you cannot update that record, you cannot update that data or delete that data. It's a immutable. So that's the beauty with blockchain database. So it stores in a block every transaction, and then each transaction is connected to its previous transaction, related transaction, or next transaction. For that matter, let's say you buy a car. Now, once you buy a car, that's one incident. Now, whatever is happening to that car, whether it is a accident claim, whether it is a regular service, whether there is a spare parts change, all these transactions will be chained to that car. And any instant of time, if a person who is buying that car will know all the source of truth, single source of truth of that transaction, that car, related to that car. That's the beauty of blockchain. So, how does this work? Similarly to a database, so it should be in a single database. Only difference here is it's a single database, but it's a distributed database. It's distributed across the peer network. When I say peer network, let's say in a society, you have 50 members. So those members can form a peer network. And if you are buying anything for the society, that will be accessible, information about that will be accessible by each one of the member of that society. That's where this is an interesting way of doing transaction. Then conventionally we do a copy, like we can do a photocopy or we can send a copy of the invoice in a mail. You don't have to do that. Everything is available right there with each one of the peer network, what we call using blockchain. This is where the digital assets are maintained. So there is no need of doing a physical copy or printing or scanning or things like that. And you will be surprised today, most of the Europe and USA, most of the renting business, most of the property business, most of the spare parts business are now driving. I will show in my subsequent slides how they are going with more towards blockchain based system, so that there is a single source of truth which provides the capability to see that there is no duplication, there is no forgery, there is no malpractices behind the scene. So in a nutshell, how it works, it's a decentralized. That means it's, as I said, typical database is a database server through which we get access, so it's a centralized. Instead of this, it's a decentralized, it is everywhere. So that's the number one. It's a real time. Any point of time, if you are doing any transaction, immediately one can see to it. That's the benefit, that's the transparency it brings. Then integrity of the document. It's because the document cannot be forged, the document cannot be updated, modulated, modified. So it's integrity of the document is maintained. So it is as if it's if you are taking a printout, until unless you tear the paper or rub it through your own eraser, you cannot erase because it's written on the paper. Similar concept is in case of blockchain, you cannot do modification on the data. That's the benefit of it. And that's why you call this as a public ledger. That means, like generally those who have little bit of idea about accounting and all, what we call is a ledger, where you have incoming and outgoing flow of your finances, your transactions or anything. But conventionally, this is a private ledger. That means only person who have the authority, they can see, they can view, they can modify. In case of public ledger, you can view, you cannot modify that. If you want to do something on top of it, you have to add another block. You have to do an update in a new block. You cannot do anything on that. That's the beauty of blockchain. So how does blockchain work? If you have any questions, just you can ask me in between. Otherwise, I will after the sessions I can take up the questions. And I hope my voice is loud and clear. In case if you are having any difficulty, just let me know. I can do appropriate speed or pace. So, how a blockchain works? So let's take a simple example. If you want to intend to do a transactions, let's say you want to buy a mobile phone. In that case, in case of blockchain, what it does, it will ask for the peer network, let's say the provider of the network, let's say, for example, Samsung. If they use a provider network, they use that. And that network will authenticate if you are eligible for doing a transaction within that blockchain-based peer network. If it is validated, then what it will do, it will add a block for your transaction. So that means XYZ, whoever is doing, they will create a block for that transaction. Now, any transaction after these transactions happens, like whether you transfer it, do a servicing of the mobile, do a battery change of the mobile, do a screen guard change on the mobile, everything will be added around that transactions. So in separate blocks. So any point of time, whoever is having the access to the network or peer network, they can use a public key to see the data. So the beauty here is when I'm doing the first time transaction, I am the creator, I am buying the system. So I have a private key which will allow me to enter the transaction, and that's where this verification happen within the system. And after that, anybody in the network can have a view of the transaction using a public key. So there are two important aspects to understand. One is signing using a private key. The transaction is written on stone. So, hello, my voice is clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. So when I use the private key, I use the transaction to write it on the database, and this is written on stone. Once using my private key, if I do this, after that nobody can change that. And then only through public key somebody can see to it. And you might have heard stories of cryptocurrencies got without any use because somebody have forgot their keys. So that's exactly the issue with blockchain. If you forget these keys, then things are gone. So this is where simplistically how a blockchain works. So basically you have a specific type of database which are connected or chained together, what we call it blockchain nodes. And I will explain in a diagram in the next slides. And this is basically chained to see the previous and next data. Then we have a ledger of transactions which can be decentralized, a public ledger where publicly you can use to see the data. It cannot be changed, it cannot be reversed, it is irreversible. So how does it look? Basically, behind the scene for each of these blockchain, there is a huge tech algorithm is in place to create this signing private key and public key. And this is very important theoretical concept I just want to touch upon before proceeding further of implementations. What we know from simple mathematics, if we have an structure or elliptical curve, then if a tangent is drawn, if it connects to two, then there is a third point invariably will be there. That's the property of an elliptical tangent intersecting an ellipse. Like in case of circle, it is always 2 points. In case of elliptical curve, it is a 3 point. In blockchain, what they call, this is called the elliptic curve digital signature algorithm. This is one of the algorithm very prominently used in cryptocurrency, in blockchain implementation, most of the places, where what they do is basically they take a simple function like this. C is the public key, A and B are the basically the initial intersect, and that's how there is a function which will define the C. So C is the public key and N is the private key, whereas N is basically it provides the functions parameter. Like if you have you can define some kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever be the N, and based on that, this function will define how A and B is related to C. So this is a simple concept where you have a private key to sign in and a public key to get access to that. Now you will say how the public key will be contained. In that way, I can go eternity to create public key? No. There is always limitations of number of public key that can be generated. And this is the root cause of, you see, cryptocurrency, which is primarily based on blockchain. They are always limited of number of cryptocurrency can be generated. You cannot go like in case of rupees or in case of currency, the Reserve Bank of India, they can print out enormous amount of currencies as much they want if they wish. They never do because there is certain other regulations. In case of cryptocurrency, there is always a boundary beyond which number of public key is limited. So number of currencies can be created is limited by this line, the maximum key size. So this is how number of key size that you can create is already there. In a blockchain, this concept, this elliptical curve digital signature algorithm is one of the primary algorithms which uses to ensure the security of your transactions, safeguarding of the network, and making a trust in the transactions. So, how we can think that if, let's say I am trying to build, this is a design thinking workshop. So now I'm going, after giving you the introduction about the blockchain part, I want to touch upon in a design thinking way, which is a real case where there is a merit for this particular case to be implemented using blockchain or a conventional database. So this is a typical workflow that generally we use to decide whether a particular implementation can be done using blockchain or simple RDBMS or simple database. So it's a very simple. Let's say you start with this. Does use case involve database? If it is yes, then it is a candidate for blockchain. So this is the first step. If it is not using any database, then there is, because blockchain is nothing but a database. So if it is using a database, then only you are supposed to go to the next step. Will there be numerous users updating in my database? This is important aspect. If there is only 1 or 2 person who is having the capability or authority to update the database, then there is no point implementing such a huge decentralized system. So if it is yes, then we go to the next step. So when you have multiple users, like in Dubai RTA, we are using 5 million users. So those kind of, I will give a case study there. So in those kind of situations, definitely this kind of implementation is required because we need a trust over the system. Then do these users need to trust each other? That's the key point for blockchain implementation. if the users are trusting or not. If the trust is not there, then the system is not going to work, because this is all based on the mutual trust among the peer. So this is where important. If it is no, then it should not utilize peer-based system. We will go for a centralized database. So this is the another step. Are there problems caused by the use of a central third-party entity? This is basically, let's say you are trying to migrate from an existing system to a new system. You are designing a new system from an existing system. So you have to see the feedback from the existing system, whether they have issues while maintaining this centrally. Maybe once the server is down, then whole of the India probably are not able to access the server, all gone. Everybody have to sit idle. So those kind of feedback may down, other part will support to continue the work, because database is decentralized. Then do transaction depend on interact with each other? This is important. Let's say property transaction. Property transaction is always related to each other. If I buy a property and then tomorrow if somebody else is buying the property from me, she would like to know the before history of that property. So their transactions are always interrelated. So in those kind of situation, definitely this is a case where we should go for blockchain. So this is a simple rule which provides you in a design perspective whether you would like to take a particular implementation to go for blockchain or not. So far we talked about blockchain, we talked about what are the situations where we can make use of blockchain as a technology. But this is a schematic diagram which says the blockchain system model. It's a very simple, in typical enterprise system, if you see, you will have ERP, you will have different type of banking system, other systems. What you will not have a replica of the database with each of them tied. This is called the blockchain OS node. So this node is basically replicating the data from here. So each one of them are self-sufficient to validate, sign and use the data that they have, and that's the use of blockchain. So if you see, each one of them are connected, each one of them are talking to each other. This is how the whole system works. So if we have a ERP for a supplier, I am talking about supply chain. If I have a ERP for a supplier and a buyer, so each of these nodes will be directly talking to each other, keeping a replica of the transactions of them, as well as they will have interaction with the main office or head office where you have the other management kind of decisions are also happening, so that there is no need of this person, this person to wait for a node from this central agency to get access of this buyer's information. So this way, if you see, all are connected to multiple dots, that means they are individually connected and having the replica of the database so that they are using it of their own use. So how we can use them? So we can use for partition, customer service, warehouse, all the functions. That my first slide, what I showed you, the supply chain. If you see, most of the functions will require this data, and this data will definitely help them to see that they are distributed overall in a seamless way. So this is how a simple blockchain supply chain model works, where we have each of these nodes are tied to each of the system that we have in the supply chain. So now real time, let's go a little deep and understand what is the meaning of that. So theoretically it's fine, this whole system is decentralized, each one of these having a replica of it. That's why if you see it's a blue color, this is also blue color, that means it shows that replica is there. But what is there in the real time? What is happening, which for me to understand that if I use blockchain as a designer, what is the benefit that I will bring in? So this is a good example. of how simple tracking of, let's say, organic wheat. For example, you might have seen in most of the stores nowadays, you have organic foods, organic food products. You can see organic rice, organic wheat, name anything. So there are many. Then there is lack of without fertilizer kind of crop and things like that. Now, how you will ensure that this is a truly organic or not? This is truly without any chemical or without any antibiotic use or things like that. For that, what we use, I mean, in many parts of the world now have started using blockchain. This is a simple example I have put in here. I will explain it in detail. The idea here is to show, let's say, again, a little bit recap my Industry 4 presentation where I said there is a design. By design, there is a digital flow. And the same concept is here. Physical flow, this is the digital flow. So if you remember my last session, I showed there is two diagram. On the top, it was going the physical flow from cargo and the ships and all those things, and below was the digital flow. Same in case of blockchain also. Only thing is that the transactions are continually getting piled up. This is where the advantage of blockchain. So how it works? Let's start with a physical flow first. In a physical flow, what is happening? We are tracking, let's say, organic crop, let's say wheat. So what we will do? The farmer registers the item that okay, this is the field area, this is the date on which these are the seeds procured from such source, which is an organic source, and this is the land area, and you see there is no record of using any fertilizer into this land. Or this is the soil sample which shows there is no fertilizer content into the sample. So this record is registered here. This is simple. In case of digital flow, the same thing. This is a QR code. Basically, that record is recorded. So any point of time, if you want to see, this is the first signing in the blockchain network. In the blockchain network, what will do? They will sign in with all this information, as I said. The wheat source, like the seed source, whether there was a fertilizer used in the soil, whether like any other aspects that need to be known for being a genuine organic product. So all this information is stored here. So this is the first entry into the blockchain. So one block is added with all this content. Now, once this crop is grown, the producer, the farmer may send it to some producers for further distribution and further. So generally, it goes to like Food Corporation of India kind of warehouse where they store this. So the second block, if you see the blocks are getting added, the second block will keep the register of when this product was received, who has given this product, whatever other, all those like how many bags were there and things like that, what are the consignment and all those detailed information are there for the further verification purpose. Now once this weight is from here to here for distribution, it can go to multiple channels. One channel can be packaged flower creation, another channel can be some in-house facility for bread manufacture with a flower generation capability, and then can be another person who will be using the same wheat flour for some kind of good cookies or some biscuits or things like that. So what is happening at each stage, if you see from the flour, so there is another block has got added this flour. So this flour, whenever you are using this QR code, what you are getting right from the source, the distribution channel, all three information are there. Now when I am going for this bread manufacturer using this flour, it will add its own information plus all this information will get added. So if you want to know whether this bread is really organic or not, you have to just simple use the scan a QR code, and which will bring all the information right from seed information till delivery to this bread factory. And Further, if it is the cookies, if we are taking it, so all this information. What seems to all of us, probably this is something I'm talking about, something fiction, but in Europe and all, if you see, majority of the food suppliers are all now using this, and that's how this organic farming, organic foods, organic things are getting more popular, because if somebody wants to really track, they can track right from the source till the end using simple their mobile app, using cloud through a QR code that is tied to this product. So if you are buying a cookie or a biscuit, the QR code, the moment you scan, it will give all the information on all these blocks, right from 1, 2, 3, whatever blocks that got added. All, when I am saying blocks, means certain information about the origin, then distribution, then further processing, all information are there. So this is the advantage of having blockchain into the supply chain. This is a very interesting slide and very powerful slide to understand the concept of blockchain for supply chain. So before I move to the next little more elaboration about the blockchain, I just want to let you know the concept is very much in the initial stage, I'll say, in most of the part of the developing world, but developed world, definitely they are in high in use because of lot of benefits they have seen using this kind of blockchain technology. So as I go forward, I will explain more how they are getting used, which are the area they are prominently used, who are the players. But this is definitely an evolving area, and as a design thinking aspect, this is one of the key driver for next generation good application development. So coming back to again supply chain use, it's very simple. The manufacturer and supplier, they need to have to be into the same network, so there is no intermediary required for ensuring the trust, the quality, and the relationship. That's number one. Once that is done, then they can bring in the distribution channel into the network, which is again relying on latest technologies. Like if you see, there is a location mark here. So it's using industry 4 technologies like AI, sensors, and other stuff, so that they can get all the informations that is required, as I explained in my previous slide. So the distribution channel will be using the same concept as I explained in my previous slide. Once that is done, then it goes to, so basically these are the supplier which is supplying to the manufacturer. Then manufacturer will be manufacturing, like I showed the example of cookies, the biscuits. So manufacturer will create that, and again, at any instant of time, at each stage, till it reaches you, it is all are tracked, all are traceable. You know very sure that which quality, which product, who are the originator of the product, who has handled the product. Handled means this distributor. The problem is why blockchain become more popular. I can give you a simple example. Is you know, there are a lot of costly fashion goods were there in Europe, and while they are generated during this distribution process, there is a lot of copycat were getting created. If you go to Paris and if you see, there are many places you will find a complete duplicate. Not that in Paris, in everywhere now you will see a lot of duplicate fashion goods are available, which is getting copied during the process of distribution. So till this point, this is fine. The supplier manufacturer point is fine. From here to here, when ready-made product are getting shipped, that is the time when it is getting more attention that, okay, this is going in trend, so why not copy this? So this is to stop the blockchain, this each stage you are tracking. So any point of time, if the product is taken out of the delivery vehicle, you know for sure who is taking, why, what are the purpose. So these are all sensors are there which will track every time. So like if you go to a shopping mall, you will see nowadays Wi-Fi tags are there with costly items. clothes, handbags, and things like that. Similarly, traceable tags will be attached to the product so that any point of time, if they are taken out of this delivery system, they will be immediately alert will be generated so that there is a least chance of getting duplicated the product from this channel. So till it reaches you, to minimize the risk of duplication, this is how blockchain is helping. So far we've discussed about the high level, how it is working, the kind of algorithm that is used for blockchain, what are the technologies, like the benefits of it, things like that. But very simply, how we can correlate the blockchain concept. It's as if you are taking photographs. Think of that way. It's a snapshot of each transaction is nothing but a photograph. So how it is happening? So in the first instant, let's say your transaction is happening first instant, your transaction happening in June. So these are the transactions you have in June. Coming in October, you might have these many transactions more added. The beauty of it is the old transaction will still there in your snapshot. It will get added the new snapshot, new transactions. So old is still there, new are getting added. So new further gets added and olds are still there. So this is the advantage. The more you go with the timeline, the slicing of your transaction, you will see more number of dots, more number of transactions, more area of transactions are getting added. However, the old are still there. This is the beauty of transactions in blockchain. So it cannot be updated, it cannot be deleted, it cannot be modified. So each one of them. So that's why I just to give you an idea how it relates, so that you can understand the concept. It's almost like a photograph, and after that another photograph, another photograph. Each instant you are taking a photograph. So with this, I will move to now to the key players in the field of blockchain. If you see, you might have seen a lot of cryptocurrency used for blockchain and all, but there are majorly, these are the players who are basically creating the system, the system model that I showed you, the blockchain system model. These are the players who are creating the blockchain system model. First of all, Ethereum. This is the common platform which gives you 20 transactions per second minimum. It's a very low cost, almost no cost. You can use it using multiple servers and can create a framework for your own peer network. Let's say in your society you can create it, or in your college group you can create it, or if you are forming a new chapter of, let's say, IEEE, you can use it, things like that. So this is a simple Ethereum public throughput, 20 transactions per second. But if you are going for a high degree, let's say geo kind of implementation, all across India, millions of users, they need to access real time their data. In that kind of situation, you have to use very high throughput players like Hyperledger. What is called, they have around 2000 transactions per second capability. You can understand how sophisticated this framework is. So you can use them. And incidentally, all these systems, all these players, they are providing them a cloud-based access. So it is easy to replicate, easy to use, easy to demonstrate. So this is another one. But if you don't have that big of an implementation, but little smaller, let's say you want to track distribution of your pizza delivery of a newfound chain. In that kind of environment where it is something throughput of 170 transactions per second, or pan-India, maybe this kind of CRDA or Quorum can be a good choice. So these are the some of the key player of blockchain platform for supply chain currently available. However, geography specific, country specific, lot of regulations are there for blockchain implementations. This is important aspect when you are going for any design. You have to understand the limitations, the regulations of the land, and based on that you can plan it out. So as a design thinking concept, this is important to know if this is permissible within the law of the land. That is number one. If it is sufficient for your purpose of implementation, then only go for certain kind of technology solutions. Who are using currently? Just to give you an example, subway, next door subway, you might have seen subway many places. They are using extensively to ensure the food quality, the supply from supplier to their outlet are ensured. So if you remember the slide that I showed on wheat, the bread and the cookies, those kind of concepts Subway is already using. SAP is extensively using it for many of their implementation across the globe. Rolls-Royce. So if you see who all are using, the big people, they are also using. And this is basically Unilever is using, you might have known Unilever, Ford, you name anybody, big houses, they are all now using. So especially in UAE, Dubai, I know for sure Carrefour is using, I know for sure ADNOC is using. So I put them. So these are some of the big names, just to give you a feel that this is already taking shape. It's not in theory, it's not in academic discussion. These are the industry, these are the people who are already using it. And if you see from food supply to car manufacturer, from enterprise level system developer, everybody, and a retailer, you name, and plane manufacturer, you see there is a complete gamut of industry segments who are using this technology. So worldwide this is fine, but what is happening in India? This is just to give you in Indian context how it is happening, how it is picking up. In fact, it has started quite heavily, but in between there was some legislations came on cryptocurrency and use of blockchain. Regulations are there, and because of which little bit some pockets it has grown, some pockets it's still in infancy stage. But there are many players who are to make it more popular across India in diverse way. I will give these details right now, and I went through some of the ministry guideline where they are saying what is their roadmap next couple of years to integrate some of the currently available government services through blockchain. I will explain that also to you. So to start with, in Indian context, is basically this is a AI and blockchain merger, the SIG. They provide you a user-friendly, compliant and safe way of transactions. So this is a simple startup which provide you AI-based and blockchain-enabled system which provides you a better trust among your transactions, among your peers. Then there is another which provides you to lend, borrow money, and in the process you earn some of the interest also on your money. So these are some of the startup. It's not very popular, just they have started the concept. Some of them are near to you in Bangalore only. You can go through the name, go through the site, you can get more about insight about them. And there is another Koine Earth is basically ERP compatible blockchain which ensure your ERP transactions are seamlessly decentralized or distributed, and it's again AI based solution. So provide you much intuitive, cognitive way of interaction with your users, with your peers. Then Matic network, low transaction fees. They ensure that you don't have to pay. Like if you are doing a transactions for your SMTP or N, there are certain banks which charges your transaction. This kind of trustworthy network absorb you from those kind of transactions. That's the advantage. Then WajirX is again Indian cryptocurrency. As you know, it is just some popularization is going on. So it will definitely take some more time to get more popular. Coin DCX, again, user-friendly experience for some kind of industry-leading security and insurance protection system, which is also a good startup. I have given the link where you can get about these startups if you are more interested. Then MindDepth, Someface, PrimeChain, PSI, PHI, Blockchain Lab. There are many such. Some of them are working on. I like this PrimeChain one because they are providing you an interface also. What we call is blockchain REST API service. That means, let's say, if you have a system and by design you want to incorporate that trust, single source of trust concept of blockchain, you can use this kind of API or services. I hope you all understand. API means application programming interface, so which provides you to interact with a blockchain framework and integrate your application and use it, and use in your mobile also, in your website also. So this PrimeChain is a good one. It gives not more than 6 minutes or so to just integrate one interface. This is a good one. Somis is also, it's trying to collaborate with the biggest, like I have given you the name of the big houses, Fortune 500 companies who are using it. So they want to learn from them and bring in the technologies for the Indian context. So this is the initial idea of them. Let's see how they go further. So these are some of the blockchain startup. Because it's a design thinking workshop, I thought to just infuse some ideas on how things are shaping up in India for you. So overall, if you see supply chain perspective, if I take a bird's eye view of the whole blockchain ecosystem, this is something I can segregate them. The first part is development tooling. So basically, if you want to design a solution, if you want to showcase some of your solutions, you develop some solutions, you need right kind of tool, because that is important. So there are a lot of players who are providing you that tool development capability and tools to do a faster development of your system, blockchain enabled system. Then there are many players who are providing you financial services. As you know, blockchain started with cryptocurrencies. It's always aligned towards financial transactions, and financial transactions which need to be more single source of truth. So that's why this area, there are many players which are providing you a lot of financial apps, financial services, which can help you to implement blockchain at your own pace. Then infrastructure, when I talk about infrastructure, it's basically single sign-on, multi-factor authentication sign-on. There are many type of secure mechanisms are going on, but still there is a for your identity. So these infrastructure services, what they are coming up with is called a self-identity SSI, self-signed identity concept. I will explain in one of our case study that we implemented in detail, and how it will help you, that also I will explain. So this infrastructure domain is little bit less crowded, if you see, comparative to financial. So for a research person, for a academic person, I foresee this is an area in security area, you have much better options to indulge and get better recognition. In current my company, we are into this IT security domain, where we are also working. I will explain one of the use case, how we are using this kind of technology for infrastructure security. So this is an area where definitely a lot of work is, opportunities there to work. Then investors area, as you know, you might have seen many of the time, this is the investment we have got for this startup, and there are many newspaper articles come every day. So how investors define, how investors assess a particular company, how they value a particular company, how they decide about the investment. All these things are now a matter of lot of applications and lot of technology driven analytics using blockchain, which provide a much better handle on real value of the organization, of the startup. So there are a lot of technology based on blockchain is ecosystem is in this crowded in the investor space, where people want to know really if the value of the organization is that much or not. And by doing a real audit of the real transactions, only you can get that handle. So that's how this investor framework is ecosystem is quite crowded. Then exchanges. We know for sure, as you have seen the news today, that now because USA has sanctioned Russia for many of their banking transactions, they are now trying to use the exchange of those countries which don't have the sanction to offload their cryptocurrency, billions and billions of cryptocurrency. So this exchange, they play a pivotal role for any country's economy, and this is an area where a lot of technologies are used, blockchain-based technologies are used to develop good cryptocurrency exchanges. You might have seen Bitcoins, you can have seen Dogecoin, and there is Dogecoins, and there are many others. But definitely this is a crowded area. So these all are something is to assess a company, to do a good infrastructure, to do a seamless transaction, trustless transactions, financial transactions, and develop applications. But in addition to this, there are many areas where you can use blockchain, that is called product and services. Product and services, we all understand anything that we serve is a service. So this is an area, definitely lot of attention is there, lot of traction is happening. There are many, in fact, I'll show you, I think 2-3 days back, there is one company in UAE which has got a new approach for this product and services to provide a better handle. So what we see is many areas are there. We have to choose as a researcher, as a designer, which segment we want to venture into and focus on that and go with it. Ample opportunities are there, one can take from them. So for any question? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Okay. Just I wanted to make sure that, because you know, technology sometimes you cannot realize, so I always keep on asking in between that the voice is going properly. So okay, next is what are the technologies used in supply chain? What we call SCM4. SCM4 is nothing but Industry 4 implementation of supply chain management system. So what are the technologies that is used for supply chain using blockchain? Very simple, transparent ledger systems. As I explained, ledger is basically where you have any transaction details are there. If you are selling a mobile phone, you note down in a ledger. That's it, a ledger. Now it is a transparent because this ledger is publicly available to see using a public key. That's why it is transparent ledger. Then tracking in real time. I showed the example of how right from growing the wheat till the end the cookies, how you can real time track the movement using latest AI based and IoT based technologies with location tracking. So I showed you the symbol also there. That's exactly this location based tracking. You can real time know the product and goods movement and their authenticity, if somebody is trying to malign the authenticity or no. So this is the another area where it is very important to use the tracking in real time. The faster transaction, this is important because now you don't have to wait for a centralized system to approve. You are approving through self-assigned identity, local ledger. Your local public ledger is capable of for doing the transaction. So naturally, the transaction is faster. Those who have little bit of understanding of letter of credit concept, in case of import and export, where a bank in between need to be there to ensure that yes, you are genuine, the importer is also genuine, the exporter is also genuine. In case of blockchain, you don't need that kind of intermediary. That's why the transaction is quite faster. Then trustless chain. Basically, you don't have to rely on somebody's mode or somebody's approval because everybody knows that this is the transaction is happening. So it's a trustless chain. The smart contract is there through which you are monitoring. So there is no need of any individual person's knowledge that is required to get a grant of your transaction. Then product certification. This is one of the important aspects. If you remember my slide where I showed that the wheat seed, no soil parameters and everything are recorded at the initially when we are sowing the seed. That means the product certification here means if you are buying a cookie, you know right from the source that there is no inorganic fertilizers are used into the growing that seed. So this is a simple, that certification is always there in your blocks. So any point of time you want to know, you can get and handle that, okay, this is a proper. Similarly, for a costly gems or jewelry, again the same thing. If for a gems or jewelry, authentication is important. Whether the cart is correct, whether the diamond is from authentic source, and things like that. So that certification can be done using blockchain easily any point of time. And for that, you don't have to carry a printout or a certificate from the organization. It's because in the database already there. You just have to be part of peer network through your public credential. You can anytime you can see that. Greater security. This is another important area. Through this technology, we bring in better security. How I will explain you in one of my slide how the security is getting better. Lower carbon footprint. This is one of the important aspects because now you don't need to carry a physical property deal. Everything is in digital form, and like whether it is a registering authority, whether the property dealer, or whether the buyer, or whether the seller, none of them have to carry a property document. It's all digital, and so you reduce the printout, reduce the carbon footprint. If you see today, most of the world, around the world now, most of the renting businesses now has gone paperless. Especially in Dubai, I have been there for more than 8 years plus now. I have not seen a single now, at least last couple of years, using this kind of technology. Not a single printout is used anywhere. It's all anytime I want to know my landlord's information, I can get. My landlord want to get my information, they can get. I want to know the history of renting of that house, when it was created, who was the first rent, when he left that, what were the services, what are the maintenance, every record you can get without taking a single printout. So that's the advantage of using the blockchain to reduce the carbon footprint. Now you will say that, okay, all these things you are increasing the infrastructure cost because every node need to be a computer, need to be maintained, need to somebody. If you see the overall benefit that you get, how about, let's say you spend a good amount of money and you got a forfeit, like a forged jewelry, you got cheated. Compared to that, if the manufacturer, if the supplier it takes little more money from you for towards implementation of this system, and they ensure that they are giving you the right genuine certified product, that's more valuable. So this is what the cost is reduced because overall scheme of thing, the loss is more compared to the infrastructure cost that it required to implement. With this, the blockchain technology for ACM is summarized. And next, I will move to little further those benefits can be leveraged. So far, I talked about the benefits. Now, I will go a little more detail of how they can be leveraged. So, first of all, peer-to-peer transaction settlement. That means if I'm taking a house on rent, I don't need to go for a registering authority to register so that future my landlord should not claim or misclaim or do something which is not correct or not legal, because it's a peer-to-peer transaction settlement. I trust my landlord trust me, and there is a, based on that, a smart contract is there, and that ensures. So tomorrow, neither me nor my landlord can deny the source of truth, single source of truth. That's number one. Then audit transparency. Any point of time, I can see, as I said, that what are the transactions happened for the property during the day it started till date. Similarly, landlord also can see the transactions of whatever so far has happened. So anybody who is having the public key can get a transaction audited without need of a special permission, special auditor to see the data, analyze the data. That is how. Tracking consumer feedbacks. This is another area where it is very easy now because of app-based, because of distributed channel, getting feedbacks from the users immediately, and based on that, the other network peers, they get learned and they can correct their mistakes. That's the another. It's almost like if you are in a society, in a WhatsApp group. So if I have learned something, if I share in the WhatsApp group, everybody knows that. Just to give you a simple idea. So that's what the advantage here is. Reducing counterfeit products, as I explained. So counterfeit product is basically is for this. Primarily, blockchain is very much in use and enforcing trade and policies and tariff. Sometimes like letter of credit and all that requires a lot of time. So that can be delayed because of implementation of the policies, and like especially in case of custom clearance, it's very important. So blockchain is helping a lot. So there are incidents in where even if your goods has landed, your research labs machinery has landed from after import into custom, but it takes quite time for you to get it cleared before it reaches to your lab. So for that kind of situation, blockchain is very handy, because the moment it starts its journey, you, as part of supply chain enablement of blockchain, you know very sure that this is what enforcement is required. The agencies are concerned, a part of the network, they can immediately take actions, and things are smooth. Inventory management, accurate costing and information, these are all some of the other benefit. Better shipping data, food safety, as I explained, for the organic farming, this is coming in a big way. Automation, lot of automations are coming in, because you are reducing intermediary from the transaction. So naturally, lot of automated way of transaction is happening. Then no human error is anticipated, because everybody is knowing that what is there, and you cannot change the data. Identity verification, I will explain in on my slide. Right now, this is one important area where a lot of investment is going on for blockchain to improve identity verification process, avoidance of compliance violations. This is another area. If you are not following a particular compliant rule, then maybe you are barred from driving, let's say, for example, for your driving license. So these kind of situations can be avoided using this kind of peer network, where you know upfront this is the compliant mandatory needed, so you take actions beforehand. So in a nutshell, what are the pros and cons for blockchain? Before I move to case studies and other area, I just want to summarize the pros and cons of blockchain. Improved accuracy by removing human involvement in verification. As I said, that it's a publicly available ledger, so you don't need to go for a regulator to assign you access to a system. So that's the number one. Number two, Cost reductions, eliminating of third-party verifications, that is another, because if you are involving a third party, that means you have to use their service and you have to pay for it. So that's another area. Decentralizing makes it harder to tamper with. This is important. If you are a, let's say 50-member society, and each one of you is having the record, it will be very difficult for a single hacker to go each of those 50 nodes and do the change. But in case of a centralized, you don't have to just simple go to one server, do the hacking and just done. So that's the proofing is there in this kind of decentralized way of working in blockchain. Transaction are secure, private, efficient, and transparent. Provides banking alternative and way to secure personal information, citizens, countries. So this is basically from the cyber like cryptocurrency benefits. As we all know, now it is taking up more the cryptocurrencies across the world instead of physical currencies, digital currencies, because this is independent of geography. That's the benefit of it. So wherever you are there, you can do the transaction. You don't have to worry the conversion rate, the bank, whether they deal with the currency or not. Those things can be avoided. So that's why cryptocurrency is taking more better shape over a period of time. But there are a lot of cons around that. The significant technology cost. So over a period of time, I have shown you 4 players, hyperledgers and all. They come out with multiple versions. So you have to be in tune with them. So sometimes there is a technology upgradation cost, technology buying cost, technology maintenance cost is there. So that's the another area which is maybe little bit higher than conventional way of managing your database-based system. But one important aspect of it, low transactions per second, is sometimes may hamper your business benefits. So if you are not going for a high-end like Hyperledger where 2000 transactions per second capability is there, if you are not going that kind of solution, but you need that, then maybe your processing time will be higher. That may impact you in your business. History of use in illicit activities and regulations mismanagement sometimes may be there. So these are some of the cons. With this, I would like to go with case studies. If anybody is having any questions, I can take up. Otherwise, I can move to the next on the case studies. Okay, so in case of blockchain case studies, first I thought to share with you one of the important case studies called self-sovereign identity. Let me explain you this concept first, and this is a little technical discussions, and bear with me because this is a technical implementation also. So this will be a little bit of technology discussions there, not simple designing, but how design is driving, technology is driving the design, that is important. All of us have seen whenever we go to a site to register, it gives you 2-3 options. Number one, maybe you give your own credential and then they will send you an email, then you verify, then maybe they will ask your Aadhaar, then many way of doing it. There is an easier way. They say that, okay, if you have Facebook or Google or any third party or LinkedIn, use that as a credential. So what is happening here? If I am having a website, I want my user to be verified, I can do 2-3 ways. One way is user give me their all details, I will verify by myself and then give them the credential. So that is the simplest approach. In that process, the problem is I have to invest my people, my process, cost is involved into it. So that is one. Another can be I tie up with my big brothers like Facebook, Google, or I take their services of verification. What they will do, they will give me an API, application programming interface, which I can use. and I can use their credential verification authenticity for my purpose for registering you as my user. So that is what we call third party verification process. So most of us have seen some of most time when you are signing in, this kind of is there where people ask you to provide your sign in details. So you can go through sign in with Facebook or Google and you are signed in into the system. So you don't have to enter your details, re-enter, do the QIC and things like that. So this is a simple. So this is what Google and Facebook is playing here is nothing but a third party auditor. So this is how they are doing. So my system will use their credentials and use for access to the system. This is as simple as that. The challenge with this is, as I said, there are many challenges on it. The first challenge is, let's say tomorrow there is a hacker who is siphoning, who is doing some kind of call it drown, decrypting, I'll say obsolete weekend encryption. Basically, it is scanning your network, not my third party auditor's network. And it is always happening. That's how you have seen, some of the cases, big articles come that Facebook got 5 million data hacked. Sometimes you see LinkedIn has got 2000 users, something like that. So these are basically these hackers, they continually scan, and wherever there is a weak point, they try to hack the system. The major risk of this approach of third party oriented single sign on certification is this hacking, unwanted access of my data layer, the information, and malicious way of handling that. And that may be the reason sometimes you might have seen in your mail, you get lot of junk mail, even if you have not sent, somebody is saying, okay, you have sent me a mail. That is sometimes happening because somebody has put a malware or enter into your system and done their job of creating unnecessary havoc. To avoid that, what we need is remove this dependency. What we need is to remove completely this dependency and try to see if we can do something which is foolproof. So what is required is no third party auditor uses self-sovereign identity. That means when self-sovereign identity means I will decide on my identity and ensure, almost like in our college days I used to say, and even many times we say self-attested. We used to write on the instead of getting attestation by the gazetted official and all, we used to do a self-attested. The same concept here, self-sovereign identity. I will make sure that I am giving the right single source of truth. And how I will believe on that? If I am part of a peer network, my peers believe on me, hence I am identified as a the right person. So use a strong cryptographic technique for my self-sovereign identity so that hackers cannot penetrate into my system and make sure this makes my middleman go away. So the same diagram I am using here, only difference here is what I am saying is just remove this step and increase what we call is high strong cryptographic technique. So this is how a self-sovereign identity using blockchain can be implemented. It's a very strong concept. Now majority of the high-end implementation of enterprises, they are going towards it. There are a lot of publications coming up. You can go to IEEE, you can go to Spinger, you can see many. So this is something is very interesting area of implementation. So let me little dig further. Here if you see the use cases of a simple enterprise, you know this kind of use case diagram which we use for designing an enterprise system. In my first session and today also I am repeating the same probably many times. This is a design thinking workshop. So most of my discussion are aligned towards designing concept how we can do a better design. So it's not the right, not only just giving you theoretical, but some real industrial experience that I'm sharing. So here, this is a simple use case design of a simple enterprise. What we are saying, these three blue blocks are the something that we want to add for this enterprise. So that means, if you remember one player I showed you, Prime Chain, one startup in India, what they are providing you a REST API for blockchain. If Sandeep have to implement an enterprise from design perspective, I will take those kind of APIs, use in my use case, so to make sure this self-sovereign identity. That means my other businesses, this green use cases is nothing how your system will behave. So I will add only this new use case, which will be used for my ensuring self-sovereign identity. Other thing will work as it is. Using that, I will be making sure to leverage the benefit, as I said in my previous slide, using SSI. So how we can do that? It's a very simple. You will do only simple implementation of these three use cases. It is there in the slide, you can go over, but just to explain you, let's say I want to add a block. So typically, if you are creating using a Python or any other technology, a simple block will be something like this. This is the timestamp, this is the block number 15, this is the hash, the key I talked about, and this is the previous hash. So these are the thing which change the block. So this is my current hash, this is my previous hash. If I go to this, I'll go to my previous block. If somebody is here, then it is in my current block. So what I will do, I will use this, and what I will try to connect with number 6, the next block, whatever I need to connect. Let's say my system need to speak to a property agent. So they might be having a number 16 block assignment. It will connect to that. So in this process, request will be self sovereign identity, because I am not using any third party for my access. It is between these two blocks, there is no third party. How this is controlled? Through this hash. This is the important, the private key and the public key. When I am generating my block, I am having an assigned private key through which I am generating the block. When somebody is accessing, like number 16 is accessing me, they will use probably this kind of my previous hash, my public key. So this is how the SSI is getting implemented in an enterprise level. There are examples in the case study. I will further detail I will show. So how it will help us? It will enable low maintenance, as I said, because there is no third party. There is no third party API that you need to consume to ensure the authentication and authorization. That is for whoever is provider like Amazon and all. No need to go to them. You are self-sufficient. Each node has a local copy of the ledger. That is the best part of it. Today, if you are going through third party sign on, tomorrow if suppose the third party provider's site is down, then your site which you want to access, they will not able to validate you. You are staying away from accessing that. Sometimes you might have seen in your banking transaction this happens. The bank site, if it is down, you cannot do the processing. In case of this kind of situation, that's the advantage. It's a local copy is already there, so you can still continue with your transaction. In case of cloud, if you are using some cloud-based systems, your self-sovereign identity can be put into the cloud. But in all this scope, it's all decentralized, transparent, immutable work. This is how a SSI is implemented in case of cloud. If you have one cloud implementation, when I am saying cloud, let's say you talk about Netflix, you not talk about Hotstar, you use your mobile app to connect to Netflix to show your show, the preferred show, which is coming through cloud. So just to give you an example, but in case of this SSI, currently what is happening, Netflix is doing your authentication probably through a secret mechanism established with you in the app. In case of this kind of SSI, maybe your mobile app should have a local authenticated ledger wherein you don't have to go to the third party provider to ensure your credential. This diagram shows the same thing. If you see encrypted digital hub, this is where your local content is here, local ledger is, this is the encrypted digital hub. So you have the local ledger here, you have the local ledger here, and through that, the transaction is happening. This is a simple way of showing how SSI can be between two cloud driven system also can be done. So with this, I would like to go to a simple implementation that we did in case of Dubai RTA. This is called Dubai Vehicle Chain. A vehicle transaction is very important. A buyer should know the history, like for at least second-hand vehicle, when somebody is buying, one need to know the history of the vehicle, whether it has got any accidents, whether it has any tank leakage, or there may be many other faults, or it was used for malpractices or whatever. Now, what we have done, we have created a blockchain to provide right from day it is manufactured till each stage of the transactions around that vehicle. So transparent record, whole business network, like whether it's a dealer, whether it's a service, whether it is a buyer, whoever has ownership of that vehicle. For example, costly vehicle, they go through multiple change in hand. So it is very important to know that history. So all these things are there, and this provides a very immaculate idea about the health of the vehicle. So this is the paper, I mean, it was in December 2021 published. So what we have done, we have sovereign identity capability that we built in our website. My organization's website is also there. It is there. So this single sign-on aspect that we have used, that brings the trust among the dealers. So if you see, this is how Dubai Drive app, RT apps integrate with UA Pass. So this is, our role was mainly into bringing the infrastructure part of it, the trust part of it. Creating a single source of truth needs a good trust. That's where we are involved. I have given the link where it is there to go, and you can see the paper publication detail. So how it works? As I explained, you need to have a local copy. So similarly, we have a local LDAP is here where we can have this data. This is the Oracle database. This is the identity and access management portal that we create. This is a firewall. Beyond, this is within the organization RTA. This is beyond the organization RTA. And here we are using third-party provider service that UAE locally. So you have, if you see in your mobile, your laptop, everywhere it is there. So this provides you the authentication. This provides you the self-sovereign identity to get access to the data that is required to access for the driver's RTA database. There are many other organizations. I have just shown one or two, but there are many organizations who are connected. If you see, this is how the overall system look like. When I went first time UAE Dubai, that time this is how it used to do. We used to have a manual form, fill it up, give it, then there was a workflow process through which it used to come. Today everything is digital. Not a single signature is done on physical paper, nothing. Everything is digital, everything is seamlessly done right from printing of your driving license. Everything is automated and all are tracked through mobile app. So what it is doing is basically giving you many benefits to your advantage, right from your car related information, right from your driving related information, road traffic fines, road taxes, what in Dubai call it's a salik, basically what we in India we call this toll tax, that is called SALIC. So SALIC information, all this information, not only that, any point of time, if you want to know from one point to another point, if you want to go, how much it will cost for you for the SALIC usage, and if you are trying to take other route comparison, all those analytics is also there into the system. One can see it, one can decide on it, and sometimes people are using it for many purposes, using this kind of self-sovereign identity usage. So what it impacts is basically service time dramatically. So earlier I remember people used to take some around 2 to 3 days to get the complete driving license approved. Once your test is done, after that I'm talking about. Now from the day I sign it for license, after test, and on an average it used to take 15 days. Now it's just matter of few half an hour or so, that's it. So this is the advantage of using this kind of distributed ledger system, so people get a faster service. It don't require any other entities to validate you. It's all through your single pass, what we call it. Then it enables a payment gateway. Again, sometime for financial transaction also you have to rely on third party. Like if you are using your credit card, then credit card need to validate for your transactions. All these things are giveaway. Now through this gateway you can use it and without the worry about your other entity validations. And there are many others. You can get your digital version of the documents like DigiLocker in India. Similarly, there is a service through which you can get that. These are all through single window, through this single peer network, 24/7 live chat. So this is a unique system. It's not that only the government agencies is answering to you. There are a peer network through which if I know that okay, the SALIC is 15 dirham from going one place to another place, and if somebody in the chat is asking that same question, I can immediately answer. So this is a live phenomena, so that you don't have to wait for somebody, a relevant person answering you, and it is a trustworthy because I am part of the network. There are many other functionalities. Just I wanted to let you know that these are the some of the functionalities which have which were used in it. So, so far I talked about this case study is basically to demonstrate the self-sovereign identity concept using blockchain. Just to summarize, it's basically not to go a third party, but to use your own local ledger to validate you to get access. As simple as that. And enormous number of applications are available, possibility are there, but I just wanted to give you which is close to my heart, which we have worked on, and I thought I will be better way to explain you more in detail. So now we'll move to another one, which has just got published on 6th of March. That means just 6 days before. It is called Meta0. This is again a blockchain-based self-sovereign identity, but this is little different. What I showed was UAE a concept through API, through a REST API service kind of providing you. But what Meta0 is a device. So it will be something like a device you will add on to your network, either your smartphone or to your laptop or any desktop computer or any. What is the purpose of this is, today if you see, sometime if you go to your Facebook or LinkedIn or Google platforms or any other platform, you may not understand, but you will see all of a sudden lot of advertisements comes pouring in, lot of other, because of your surfing habit, because of your interaction with the system, back end there is a sentimental analysis going on based on which you are flooded with this. Now what Meta0 is bringing, to stop that option. What Meta Zero is trying to bring is basically to give you a platform through which you can safeguard your privacy and you can decide whether you want to do the surfing in private or in public. And before I move further, I just wanted to check time wise I am okay, or how much time left for me?
Sir, time is over, sir. It's 1 o'clock.
Okay. So just let me know if I can quickly sum up in 5 minutes. Okay.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay, sure. So Meta Zero is basically providing you the capability to privately whether you want to do the access or a private and public. I have given the this Meta Zero. You can go to Google, you can search, and this is the latest happening. And just few days back, I thought it is better. This is the last case study I thought I should touch upon to give you a clarity on the financial side of use of blockchain. This is called the system where letter of credit is used between importer and exporter, and to ensure there is a trust between both of them. Who built that trust? This is the correspondent bank which built the trust. Just in case of using the blockchain, what we are doing, we are removing that consent bank. So this corresponding bank is, if you see, is here, which is ensuring the trust, that is gone. What we are saying, we'll be using smart contract, and the smart contract will replace this. That means, generally on an average, certain percentage of the whole volume of transaction they used to take as a charge, somewhere around 2%, 3%, 5%, depending on the volume, you save that money. Another advantage is it's all in digital, so there is no issue of the forfeiting or some kind of counterfeiting the contract. So that is where the advantage of LOC system, letter of credit system, using blockchain. Just wanted to touch on that. Another case study which were with Microsoft we are involved is just to give you, it was for Aura, UK-based, Europe-based fashion garment who use extensively in manufacturing to tracking of their product to ensure counterfeit goods are not there using blockchain. Lastly, I would like to touch upon in Indian context, e-sign, e-Praman and DigiLocker. DigiLocker we all know for our certificates. e-Praman and e-sign, they are all going to be integrated with using blockchain, and there is a site where this report is there from Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. You can go to the site, you can get that report. It's a huge report. You can go through that, where they are giving complete details of Indian government's idea about propagation of blockchain as a technology for different services. So with this, I summarize my sessions today. I explained the blockchain concept, supply chain and blockchain, the marriage between them, and how blockchain and supply chain can benefit, capability of blockchain, and potential use of blockchain in national level services. I hope you have find this session interesting. I would like to, if organization permit, I can take a few questions if time permits. Let me know.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for your valuable information. The session was really wonderful. Participants, if you have any question, kindly post it in the chat box. Sir, I guess there are no questions.
Okay. Thank you for your support. It was wonderful arrangement, and I really love to present the sessions. Wish you all the best for the validatory functions, and thank you again for such a wonderful support.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Dear participants, there is a validatory program at the program will start at 2:30. The link will be shared in a group shortly. Thank you all. I request all the participants to join the session. ಇನ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದೆ
Okay.
ರಷ್ಯಾ ರಷ್ಯಾ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದೇನೋ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ರಷ್ಯಾದ ಅದೇನೋ ಒಬ್ಬ ಮೀಟಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡೋದು ಏನಾಯ್ತು
ಕಿಡ್ನಾಪ್ ಬಂದಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊಸ ತಿರುವು ಪಡೆದಿದೆ ಗೆಲ್ಲಿನಂತ ಉಕ್ರೇನ್ ಸೇನೆ ನಂಬಬಾರದು ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರು ಪ್ರೆಸಿಡೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳಿದರು
ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಭಾಷೆ
ಏನಾಗೋಯ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾತುಕತೆ
ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶದ
ಇದು SBI ಇದು ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ನಿಮ್ದು ಆಡ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಿಮ್ದು ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು
ತುಂಬಾ ದಿನ ಆಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಸಾಕಲ್ವಾ
ಪಾಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ವರ್ಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮುಗಿತು ಈ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ರು ಈ ಬೆಂಕಿ ಸಣ್ಣ ನೋಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ತಿರೋದು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡಿಂಗ್
ಯಾವ ಇನ್ನು ಪೇಜ್ ಇಟ್ಟವರು
ಎಲ್ಲಿರೋದು ಯಾವ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರೋದು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಓ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಓ ನಿಮ್ಗೇನ್ ಏನ್ ನೆರಳಿರಲ್ವಾ ತೆಗಿದ್ ಬಂದ್ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೇನಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅಮ್ಮ ಊಟ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ
ಅರವತ್ತೈದು ಎಂಬತ್ತು 65 80 67 79
ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಓಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗಿ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಬೇರೆ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೆ
ಅದೇ ಹೊಡಿತೀನಿ
ಅದೇ ಬಡಿದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಏನೋ ಎರಡು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ತಗೊಂಡ್ಬಂದದ್ದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಹಳೆಯ ಗುರುತು ಸಂವಿಧಾನ Simple login password data should match up. See, ಎರಡು ತಪ್ಪಡಿದೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಂದೈತೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಏನು ನೋಡಿ ಯೂಸಿ ಸ್ಮರ ನೈನ್ ಇದ್ರೆ 8 ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದೆ 8 ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ಯೂಸಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಕೊಡ್ತೀರಾ ಕೊಡಲೇಬೇಕು ಯೂಸಿ ಯಾರು ಅವರ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ 8 ಡ್ಯಾಶ್ ನೋಡಿ ನಾನು ಬರ್ತಾಕೆ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಮೊದಲನೇ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಅದೇ ಮುಟ್ಟಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ತಾನೆ ನಾವು ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇನೆ ವಿ ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಕೇಸ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಕಟ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅಕ್ಷರ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಅದು ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ಚರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿ ಸಿ ಜಿ numbers plus 8 ಆಶಾದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಲಕ್ಷ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಇದೆ ಮೂರನೇ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಮೂರನೇದನ್ನ ಇರೋದು ನಾಲ್ಕನೇದನ್ನ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಇರೋದು ಈ ಕಡೆ ಇರೋದು WCM ಇದೇ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು WCM ಇದೇ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ವ್ಯೂ and 4 ಈಗ ಲೈನ್ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಲಾಗ್ತಾನೆ ಇದು ಈಗೇನಾಗಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಈ ಎರಡು ಡಾಕ್ಯುಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಒಂದು ಇದು ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿಗೂ ಒಂದು ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಅಂತೆ ಈ ಎರಡು ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ತಗೋಬಹುದು ಸಿಗೋದಾ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಪರ್ಸನಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಯಾಲರಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ನಾವು ಕಾಲೇಜ್ ಸೇರಿದ ಮೇಲೆ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೋ ಮುಂಚೆ ನಾವು ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಎರಡು ಇದೆ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಪ್ರೊಫೈಲ್ ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ ಬಡ ಅದು ಅದನ್ನ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಈಗ ಬೇಡ ಈಗ ಬಿಲ್ಲನ್ ಡೆಫಿನಿಷನ್ ಹೋಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಡಿಟೇಲ್ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಕೂಡ ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಪೇ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಎಷ್ಟು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಿ ಎಸ್ ಈ ಎಸ್ ಅಂತ ಹೊಡಿಗೆ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಎಸ್ 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 ಬರೀ ಎಸ್ ये बड़ा स्पेस है कार्ड में कार्ड है कम कोई इंडिया में थोड़ी
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀಯಾ ಏನು ಸರಿ
In commercial experimentation, ನೋಡಿ
ಪ್ಯಾಕಲಿಂಗ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಗಾಡಿ
ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟಲ್ಲಿ ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ನ ಜವಳಿ ಇಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು
ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಸಿ ದಾಳ
ರೀ ಅದ್ರ ಜವಳಿ ಗುಡ್ಡಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಕಳ್ಳಾಕೊಳ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀರ ಏನಪ್ಪ ನೀನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹುಷಾರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಆಡೋದು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡ್ಸ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಚೇರ್ ಕ್ಲೀನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಓಟಿಪಿ ಜಾಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ
ಸರ್ ಇವತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಸೆಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿಸಿಪೆಂಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾರು ಜಾಯಿನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಆಯಿತು ಇವತ್ತು ವ್ಯಾಲಿಡಿಟಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಸರ್ ಹಾಂ ಅದಾಗಿತ್ತು
ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಲ್ ಪೇಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜರ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಪಕ್ಕದ ಕ್ಲಿಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ನೇಮ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಎಸ್ ಬಿ ಊಟ
SBI credit number 4209 ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ 16 ಡಿಜಿಟ್ ಬಂದು 4 ಓದ್ರಿ ಫುಲ್ಲು ಏನ್ರಿ ನೀವು ಪೂರ್ತಿ ಓದಿಬೇಕಾ 16 ಡಿಜಿಟ್ ನಾನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೀ ಎರಡು ಮೇಲ್ಗಡೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜೊತೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅವು ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತವೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ನೋಡಿ ನಲವತ್ತೆರಡು 42 19 15 86 14 33 68 30 ಸರಿನಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬರೀ ಎರಡು ಲೈನ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ನೀವು ಬೀಜ ಇವನು ಕಾಡು ತಗೊಂಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ Okay,
ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರ ಮೇನ್ ಡೆಬಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆ ಇದೆಯಾ ಇದಿದೆ ಇದು ಏನಿರೋದು ಇತನೆ ಕಂಪನಿ ಇತನೆ ಇದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೋ 04 ಇವಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಕಡಿಮೆ ರಿಸರ್ಚ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಟ್ರಾ ನೀವು ಆಚೆ ಇನ್ನೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಯಾವ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಈಗ ಹೊಸದಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಹೇಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟರೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೀರ ಒಂದು ಅಪರ್ಚೇಸ್ ಕೊಡಿ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಂಬರ್ ಕೂಡ ಕೊಡಬೇಕಾ ಒಂದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಕೊಡವಾ ಸ್ಮಾಲ್ ಇದು
Join us.
ಒಂದು ನಂಬರ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅದೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ನಂದು ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅದನ್ನೇ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅದರದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕಾರ್ಡ್ಗೆ ಅದು ವೀಸಾ ಪ್ಲಾಟಿನಮ್ ಅಂತ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಕಬ್ಬನದಲ್ಲ ಈ ಕಾರ್ಡು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದಿತ್ತು ರೈಲ್ವೆ ಅದು ಇದೇ ಇತ್ತು. ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬಿಟ್ರು. ಅದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ತೀನಿ ಆಗತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಶೆಡ್ಯೂಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ನಾವು. ನಮ್ದು ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಆಯ್ತು ಎರಡು ಪಾಸ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಬಂದಿರ್ತಾರೆ. ಎರಡು Ready, sir? Right.
As we look at the learners, we would say, maybe we need to change how the kinds of instrument again, product teaching. Now, what I mean by that is using the concepts of design thinking for planning our instruction. So I'm not really going to talk about teaching students concepts of design thinking. I'm going to talk about how can we apply concepts.
ಈಗ ನಾವೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರಣ ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕು. ಈ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಕಟ್ಟೆ That's a reasoning aspect. For example, 20 years back, sector for software process quality excel software even here you can see the software technology and software engineering objectives will be very simple. We will first of all understand the concept of requirements and types of requirements. Yes, everybody, requirements are given of different types. Don't think that client is the topic here I'm now taking about is design thinking for most basically died within what happens is that if the topic is design thinking and the concept that I will be discussing is AI in here. Now, just to introduce to the full parts, like what is artificial intelligence? It is sometimes called machine. Fatima, very good afternoon. So this time, so let me. Specialties. So that's what wonderful. So that's our innovative idea. Just to develop. We want to develop a solution. Many things. There are two things about thing which you are working or the society is working. So the problem finding is that you have to come out with the ideas. So how do you come out with ideas? You do lots of brainstorming. You come out with you have to find out from the circumstances, environment, whatever you have to come out with a problem. And then once the problem is, you have to sit and think about how to solve this problem. Because this problem may be a very big hindrance for so many aspects. It may be prototype. Prototype is nothing but a sample or maybe a So let us focus quickly on the process of when I heard about this, even I felt very happy and very surprised of the innovative concept that was being implemented by the bank. When I heard about this, even I felt very happy and very surprised of the innovative yes. Is it interaction? No,
ನಾನು 3 o'clock.
Body, these are the main important part. So skin is
most basically died within a decade. A very good contribution to organizations. Okay, so the top.
Body scan. So, having made few slides for the basic knowledge of the design thinking. Innovation. This basically topic design thinking, innovation. Just in these three words, is creativity, invention, and innovation. In these three words, which are almost seem to be physical or seem to be Sir, what are you?
Hello, Guru sir, are you there? Hello, Guru sir. Sundari ma'am.
Yes, Prashant sir.
Yeah, hello ma'am. Ma'am, the assessment of link in the morning, I just missed it due to some technical. Can you please share? Is it possible?
Sir, today we have not shared any assessment links, sir.
Okay, because a lot of technical challenges I was facing, so I thought I missed it. Thank you, ma'am, for the confirmation.
Yeah.
Sir? ಬೇಡ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ.
Participants, very good afternoon. We came to the end of the 1 week FDP on workshop on design thinking. We'll be having valedictory session very shortly. Please, kindly wait for 1 or 2 minutes. Good afternoon, sir. Ravi Kumar, sir. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon, sir. Hello. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Sir. Yes, sir.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Ravi Kumar sir, namaste. Sandhya here from e-learning. Chanagidira sir? Yes.
No, madam. Thank you, madam. Thanks for the invitation, madam. Thank you.
And sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Dayanand sir, very good afternoon to you. Namaskara.
Namaste, madam. Chanagidira, madam.
Ha sir, ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ತಾವು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
ನಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ, madam.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sandhya, start Marana.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, Sandhya, please go ahead.
Yes, sir. The aim of education is the knowledge, not of facts, but of values. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Soundarya BC, PG Scholar, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. Would like to welcome all of you for this valedictory program of 1 week AICTE-ISTE sponsored online refresher program on design thinking organized by VTU e-Learning Center, Mysuru and Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. In this regard, I would like to welcome the president of the today's program, Dr. Dayananda HS, in-charge principal, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, for this faculty development valedictory program. Welcome, you, sir. Now, I would like to welcome today's guest, Dr. Ravi Kumar V, Professor and Ed, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. Welcome, you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Now, I would like to welcome the program coordinator, Dr. Sandhya P, Special Officer, VTU e-Learning Center, Mysuru. Welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Soundarya. Thank you.
Now, I take immense pleasure to welcome the faculty coordinator, who contributed more to the grand success of this program, Dr. Gururaj H.L., Associate Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. Welcome, you, sir.
Thank you, Soundarya.
And also, I take this opportunity to welcome all the faculty coordinators, student coordinators, and the participants who made this FTP program a grand success. Welcome you all. Now, I request participants to give their valuable feedback on this one-week AICTE-ISTE sponsored online refresher program on design thinking.
I request the delegates to kindly unmute themselves and give your valuable feedback so that we can improve ourselves.
We request the delegates to give the feedback.
Sir, I think the delegates will give their feedback in the feedback form only. And let's assume that the delegates are very happy with the sessions. Normally, our teachers are we are very active in asking the question rather than giving the feedback. Okay, let's take it up in a lighter way. Yeah.
Geeta, yes.
Yeah, please.
Madam Geeta, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Geeta Barangoder, Professor, Computer Science Department, Kelly Institute of Technology, Hubballi. Madam, all these days, the program conducted was very good, excellent, and brainstorming sessions were there. I identified with a very rich of resourcefulness of resource persons, which helped us to even how to guide the students and even how to go for our research work in a better way, even how to concentrate on grants and other things. All the sessions conducted very well, madam, and I thank BTU, AICT, and Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, Gururaj sir, Sundar madam, Soundarya, principal, in-charge principal, and registrar for providing us this opportunity. And I attended all the sessions and gained the knowledge. Thank you, madam. And we are still waiting for other such workshops in coming days, madam. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Geeta.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Anybody else? Any other delegates want to give the feedback?
Ms. Soundarya, we have received several feedbacks in the chat box. Could you kindly read it out?
Sure, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm from Dhruva MS. It was wonderful program. We learned so many things about design thinking. Thank you once again. Thank you, sir. From Uma Shankar, heartily congratulations to Professor Gururaj HL and team. Thank you, sir. From Baby Gowda, it was nice and wonderful program. Excellent resource person, wonderfully very informative. Very nice session and learned many unknown things about design thinking.
If anybody wants to give, they can unmute yourself and you can give, or else that's fine. And you can give the criticism if you want to improve yourself. Actually, welcome for that also.
Yeah.
Any other delegates?
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
This is Prakash here, sir, from BMS Uni College of Engineering. And all the sessions were very informative, sir. And thank you so much to Dr. Sandhya Madam, Gurra sir, and all the coordinators who are involved for this grand success and the well conduction of this refresher program about design thinking, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Anybody else? Sandhya Madam will go forward.
Soundarya, what's the next item in the itinerary?
Ma'am, summary report, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you all. Now this is the time to read the summary report on this 1 week AICTE-ISTE sponsored online refresher program on design thinking. Now I request Dr. Gururaj HL, Associate Professor and Faculty Coordinator of this program, to read the report.
Yes, very good afternoon, everyone. Respected dignitaries, the in-charge principal, Dr. Dayananda HR sir, Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, the guest of today's function, Dr. Sandhya P. Ma'am, Special Officer, BTV Learning Center and Program Coordinator for this event, and all the delegates and all the faculty coordinators and student coordinators for this event. As we received the fund from ISTE to organize this event, we started with a committee, and with the help of the student committee and also the faculty committee, we designed the posters and we identified the resource persons with the coordination with Sandhya Ma'am, and we finalized the brochure and we circulated across Karnataka for various colleges, and we received more than 500 registrations across Karnataka, and out of which almost 400 plus participants, they are attending in Google Meet, and also they are watching all the sessions via YouTube channel. In the day one with the inaugural session, we have at the inaugural session on 7th March at 10 o'clock. We have with us the registrar, and we have with us Professor Mr. Vankat from AICTE, who is a faculty program development program director from AICTE New Delhi, and also we have with us the members of the management of Vidyavardhaka Sangha and the principal, Dr. B. Sadachivegowda sir, and a keynote speaker from USA, Dr. Sushan M. And she had delivered a lecture on design thinking for teaching in the keynote address. And the day one followed with the second session by Dr. Senthil Kumar from Tamil Nadu. He given the session on introduction to design thinking. This is all about the day one. In the day two, it started with the first session by Dr. Preeta Sharan, the professor from Oxford College of Engineering, Bangalore. She given the session on design, innovation and invention. And it was followed with the second session by Dr. Anand Nair from Vietnam. He's a professor and young scientist from Vietnam. He given the session on foundations of required engineering. It was followed by one more professor called Dr. Veera Raghava Reddy from Andhra Pradesh. He has given a session on design thinking for entrepreneurs. That is all about day two. Day three started with the first session by Dr. Indraprit Kaur from Amity University, and she has given a session on understanding creativity, innovations and invention. And the session followed by the second session by Dr. Sachin Kumar. He has given a session on design thinking with artificial intelligence in healthcare. And it was followed by Dr. Sandhya from government of Karnataka. She has given a session on problem finding and solution. The day four started with Dr. Sandeep Kumar, again from Amity University. He has given a session on Industry 4.0 and smart supply chain. Followed by Dr. Uma Rao, former professor from RV College of Engineering, Bengaluru. She has given a session on application of design thinking to projects. And it was followed by an industrialist, Mr. Sitaram from Guntur, Andhra Pradesh, and he has given a session on how design thinking solve problems in industry. The day 5 started with a session by Dr. Vinod, and it is purely of art of living session, and it was followed by Professor Sambulinga Prasad, and he is from VTU, and he has given a session on understand what, why, and when design thinking should be used. And the session was followed by Mr. Kulatendra, again from industrialist from Tamil Nadu, and he has given a session on solving problems through empathy. The last day, that is today, we have a session by Dr. Preeta Sharan, and she has given a session on the word of wonderful sensors. And the last session by Dr. Sandeep Roy, and he has given a session on blockchain with applications for the usage of design thinking. And all the sessions were very well appreciated, and all the sessions were very well utilized by the participants. For each and every day, we used to give the quiz at the end of the day, and all the participants has to attend the quiz without fail. This is the summary of 6-day FDP on ISTE. ISTE sponsored FDP on design thinking. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon the program coordinator, Dr. Sandhya P., Special Officer, VTU E-Learning Center, Mysuru, to address the gathering.
Very good afternoon to all. Respected chief guest of today's program, Dr. Ravi Kumar sir, the president of the program, Dr. Dayanand, the in charge principal of Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, the faculty coordinator, Professor Gurraj, and all my dear colleagues and delegates. In fact, it's a great pride that we have successfully completed the 1 week refresher program sponsored by the AICTE and ISTE. The entire credit of the success, it goes to the delegates, because I hope the president and the chief guest will agree with me, because without the active participation of the faculty, definitely the success wouldn't have been measured. So I congratulate all the participants for your active participation throughout the program. And in fact, here I would like to put my sincere thanks and regards to a few people like the AICTE, ISTE, and especially Sarala from ISTE and Professor Anju from AICTE. And I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Registrar of VTU, and a special thanks to our Sadashive Gowda, the principal of Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, and the president and the secretary of VVCE. In fact, it was a great experience for me also, because it's the first time we are associated with the Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering to host this particular program. And of course, we have the wonderful, a talented and a vibrant faculty coordinator, Gurraj, who worked around the clock for the success of this program. And I would like to thank his entire team, the faculty team, and especially the Soundarya, right? She has taken care of all the sessions wonderfully, and she has done the master of ceremony. Thank you, Soundarya and Gurraj. Sir, here I would like to acknowledge my thanks to Dr. Ravi Kumar sir. He's a true motivator. That's what I feel, because without the motivation and the support from the head of the department, definitely this event would not have been successful. And you have really trained your faculty wonderfully, sir. I put my sincere thanks to you. In fact, normally ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ HOD ಎನ್ಕರೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ತಮಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಯಾವ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸ್ಪೇರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಟೈಮ್, like you have to allow your faculty to participate in all these activities. It's really wonderful, sir. Very good encouragement from your side.
Thank you, madam, but all credit should goes to my principal and management for their
definitely, sir.
They are the one who are supporting all of us, madam. Thank you so much.
Okay. But they will be there, the principal and the management will be there but the direct support will be from the department HOD.
Sure.
With my experience, I am sharing, sir. Like,
Sure.
Without the HOD's support, sadhya illa. It's very difficult. And ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ವಿಚಾರ ಏನು ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ, when we submitted the proposal and when I asked Gururaj, ಈ ತರ submit ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದೀವಿ, can we take it up together, because e-learning center normally, as you are aware that we will be involving in content development. Sometimes, earlier we used to host the research methodology workshops. Now it's been taken care by the people who are working in the Mudenalli. I was just thinking of entire 1 week program antandre, it needs the involvement of the faculty and especially the student coordinators. And at the e-learning center, we have a very few, the staffs. Then when I requested Gururaj, he accepted very openly, because he says, Madam, we have a very good team with the support from Ravi Kumar sir. Definitely we will go ahead.
He is very active, madam. Very active. Yes. Almost. He spent even every minute he spent for growth of the department and the institution. We have to appreciate him a lot.
Definitely, sir. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಗುರುರಾಜ್ ಅಂತವರು ಸಿಗೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ವಿರಳ ಅಲ್ವಾ? And and you are very lucky in that matter.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And what I observed is every session was conducted very systematically, very well, and it is received by the delegates very openly. See, I don't say that just by completing 1 week, refresher program, our delegates they will get the mastery over the design thinking. Adana ಹೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, but definitely it ignites, a thought, a process in our delegates to work towards, the design thinking, and especially applying the process of design thinking whenever they take up the research work. That's why, sir, this time what we did is we included one special session on how to write the proposal. What are the various, the opportunities in the government of Karnataka and even in the central, on various fundings and how to get the funds. Adana Dr. Sandhya Anvekar anta nama VTU staff ಅವರು, she delivered a wonderful talk, and the delegates were happy for those sessions. And definitely, like ಇದೆಲ್ಲ the complete program, in the entire program, right? The patience and the listening skills of the delegates, it was really appreciable. They were very active, very punctual, ತುಂಬಾ attentive ಆಗಿ ಇದ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ participants ಗಳು. So obviously the credit goes to the Gururaj and team, with the support from Sadashivegowda and Dr. Ravi Kumar sir. And I thank Dayanand sir also for sparing his time, and joining for this webinar. This mandatory session. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thanks to both of you. In fact, ನಿಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರ ಆಶೀರ್ವಾದ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೈಡೆನ್ಸ್ ಇಂದಾನೆ ಈ ತರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗಳು ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನನಗೆ. Thank you once again. I congratulate the delegates once again. Any queries related to the feedback, the examination, the getting the certificates, you please contact Gururaj as well as me. We are about to end up the session. Thank you once again. Any corrections to be made from the e-learning center, you kindly send an email. We will definitely correct it, and we will come out with a good number of programs for the development of the faculty, and we are all with you. And from the e-learning center, I would like to say few things. See, as you are all aware that the e-learning is working towards the e-content development. And in this direction, many of the affiliated colleges, they are coming forward for content development, and especially from the Vidya Vardhaka, the Gururaj is involved in the content development, and especially from the mechanical department, many of the faculty are contributing for the development of e-content. On this occasion, I request all the faculty, if you are interested to develop e-content, you are always welcome. You just drop an email to e-learning center, and definitely we will give an opportunity to you. Like the VTU is open, it will whoever is interested, always the VTU welcomes for the content development. Sir Ravi Kumar sir, this time we are planning to develop e-content for PhD coursework, because most of the courses from the UG we have already completed. Now we are planning to take up the courses from the the PhD coursework so that we can help the research scholars as well, because very recently we received the communication from the UGC that we are supposed to handle the classes and we have to develop content for PhD scholars. So in this direction, I seek your kind guidance, both from Ravi Kumar sir and Dayanand sir. Sir, I request you to kindly spare your faculty for the content development, even for the PhD research scholars, for the PhD coursework. And I request you to contribute, for the content development, sir. If you have time, I can understand both Dayanand sir and yourself, you are very busy with the academic and other related works. If you senior people, if you contribute to the development, definitely it would be a great help to the student community, especially to the research scholars. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have with us our today's guest, Dr. Ravi Kumar V, Professor and Ed, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru. Sir, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you, Ms. Soundarya. Good afternoon to one and all. Today's president of today's function, Dr. H.S. Dayananda, Principal VVCE Mysuru. Dr. Sandhya P, Special Officer, PTU E-Learning Center, Mysuru. Dr. Gurraj HL, Associate Professor and Faculty Coordinator, VVCE Mysuru. Ms. Soundarya, and all the participants. First of all, let me congratulate each one of you for not completing this 1 week refresher program. Other than that, I can say that congratulations for successfully completing, and I could able to see that a lot of appreciations are coming from each and every participant. It shows that how the sessions were. Even Dr. Gurraj HL has briefed about all the sessions. I could able to understand that. I first of all, I must thank VTU for bringing a concept of design thinking into our VTU faculty members. So just to share my own experience, I was a part of University Innovation Fellowship. We have a collaboration with Stanford University, USA, and myself and along with my 4 students visited Stanford in the year 2018. At that time, I visited Google headquarters, Microsoft, and then Stanford. I could able to see there how these design thinking were effectively used. I could able to visit Google headquarters where they have a similar kind of lab called Design Thinking Lab, and also in the Microsoft also they have a Design Thinking Lab. So you can see that even I visited Stanford also. So actually I could able to understand that what is the importance of design thinking at that time itself. And we came back and we could able to conduct a kind of workshop to all our faculty members along with my students. So where we understand that this design thinking is a concept where we should create awareness to each and every student. As I understood that in this particular workshop, you could able to give that information to all the participants, wherein which you will have a space, you can say that a maker space, where you will allow the students to get into that space and convert their ideas into a kind of a protocol. And we need to provide all those infrastructure facility where a student or a faculty can able to convert their idea into a protocol. But most of the time what happens is you'll have an idea, but you will not have an infrastructure where you can able to convert that idea into a kind of a protocol or a product. I must congratulate as well as I must thank Dr. Sandhya Madam for taking this initiative in conducting this 1 week refresher course where you could able to open the eyes of faculty members towards this design thinking. I could see that there are many autonomous institutions have included this design thinking from past 3 years or 4 years. I could see that it is in the RVC, it is there in MSRT, it is there in JC, it is there. I am really appreciate the madam for taking this initiative. I hope all the faculty members able to get the knowledge about this design thinking. I request all the faculty members to not only completing this workshop, I request you to go back to your institution and request your management to provide a small space wherein which you will have all the facility. Just the required facilities are like you will have stationary items and a space where you can able to all sit together and discuss and convert that into a kind of a protocol, and then convert that protocol into a product. I'm really happy that you could able to cover how to convert that protocol into a product and convert the product into an IPR. You could able to give that one session also. So all these things put together, I can see that the participant has got benefited out of this particular workshop and able to get an idea about design thinking. So I am really appreciate all of you for taking interest in learning these new concepts. I'm also request you to kindly go back and talk to your students and talk about what is design thinking, because there is a huge scope when they go for this design thinking in their if they go for foreign university for MS, it's a one complete course in foreign universities. So basically what happens is most of the time industry expect you to have all these knowledge. You can convert these protocol into a product, or convert your idea into a protocol is the first thing. For that, you need to have an environment where you will be able to showcase your idea. So I once again congratulate the entire team for successful completion of this particular 1 week refresher course. I must thank to all the organizers for giving me an opportunity. I must thankful to my management and principal for providing an opportunity for all of us to help the VTU for conducting this refresher course. Special thanks goes to Dr. Gururaj HL for, we know that when Dr. Gururaj HL takes any event, he does very methodologically, and I must thank my student Soundarya for our continuous, I could able to see that sitting in one place and continuously managing the entire 1 week session. I must congratulate her also and congratulate to Dr. Gururaj HL and all the entire team. Once again, I thank organizer for giving me an opportunity to share my experience. Thank you so much. Over to you, Mr. Soundarya.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the president of today's program, Dr. Dayananda HS, in charge principal, Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everybody. As principal of the day, it gives me great pleasure to take part in this valedictory function of refresher program on design thinking. In this occasion, I wholeheartedly congratulate the program coordinator, Dr. P. Sandhya, Special Officer of VTU, for joining hands with VVC to conduct this refresher program, madam. I also congratulate the faculty coordinator and his conducive organizing committee and the student coordinators. I learned that the program has received the overwhelming response, and now the program is ending up in a befitting manner. The organizing team has captured good resource persons from different domains of engineering, management studies, entrepreneurs inside and outside the country. I do hope that the participants have really enjoyed and benefited from this program so as to cater the needs of the stakeholders. I expect the joint ventures between VTU and VVC henceforth, and I wish you all a happy weekend.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words. I thank Dayanand sir, for gracing this occasion in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
On behalf of VTU, I also thank Dr. Ravi Kumar sir for motivating our delegates and for his active participation in this valedictory program. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sir, I am unable to, I'm not able to do this. This one, sir, like a video, open the video, because I have joined a AAA meeting as well at Belgavi. So, hagagi, I cannot participate in both the places together at the same time. Hagagi, the video off ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಡಿ. Yes, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. Gururaj Itchel, Associate Professor and Faculty Coordinator, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, to propose the vote of thanks.
Once again, good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the delegates who are present here. It's my honor and humble privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Dayananda Hexagonal. In spite of his busy schedule, he accepted our invitation and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much for your wonderful and kind words, sir. Thank you so much. I also thank the guest of the function, Dr. Ravi Kumavi, Professor and Head, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, for this wonderful motivation to the delegates and gracing the occasion. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I also thank the program coordinator, Dr. Sandhya P., the special officer, VTV Learning Center, for her continuous support and motivating me to organize such a wonderful FDP. Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, Professor Gururaj.
And I also thank all the faculty coordinators who are supporting me in organizing this event, and also my student team from the day one. We have given the assignment of building the posters and all. The team of students who supported me wonderfully for organizing this event. I thank you all. A special thanks to my PG scholar, Miss Soundarya BC, for her effort and doing the all Master of Ceremony for all the sessions wonderfully. Thank you so much, Soundarya. I also thank all the participants. Even though we made it compulsory, all the participants, they have attended enthusiastically, without fail, and attending all the quizzes. Thank you so much, delegates. Thank you for all your support for organizing this wonderful event. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Gururaj, for successful conduction of the program.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Nimma support in the ella chennagaitu. Thank you so much.
Yeah. And Soundarya, we will have one big treat for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Dear delegates.
Sorry, madam. We are happy that we could able to produce such student from our department and institution, madam. We are happy.
Thank you, sir.
We are so happy.
Yeah. Sir, dear delegates, the feedback link will be shared with you very shortly, and kindly fill the feedback link. And in fact, the certificates you will be receiving from the ISTE and AICTE, and probably it may take another 1 week. Definitely, we will be in touch with you till you receive your certificates. And any queries related to this particular program, you can contact either me or Professor Gururaj. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you,
madam. Thank you, Dr. Gururaj.
Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, Gururaj sir. Thank you, sir.
Dayanand sir, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Yes, ma'am. We will share the feedback link in the WhatsApp group also.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, Soundarya. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Even join on join. ಸರ್ ಮೇಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಅದು ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ಲೋಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ. ಒಂದು 8 ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ನಿನ್ನೆ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ತೀರಾ? 1 2 minutes ಆಯ್ತು.